Chapter 1332. The 10,000 divine pagoda could become big or small, but he could not put it into his space. Similarly, he could not put it into his inventory. The main reason was that this was a middle-level, heavenly, venerable spiritual treasure. Its grade was too high, and he could not put it into his space at all. He could control it, but controlling it and putting it into his inventory were two different things. At most, he could only hold it in his hand, but he could not directly put it into his storage space or his inventory. This was the first time such an accident had happened. Previously, his inventory could be put in anything, even the core. At present, it seemed that there was only one possibility, and that was that the level of the inventory was limited, and he needed to upgrade it. However, heavenly venerable spiritual treasures could also be put in, but those were lower-level heavenly venerable spiritual treasures. It was difficult to put in middle-level heavenly venerable spiritual treasures. Of course, this was not a big problem. It was about the same anyway. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Tianyin soon arrived near the evil spirit divine realm. At this time he came out of the 10,000 divine pagoda and transformed into an evil spirit puppet. This way he could easily sneak in. It was very simple to break in from the door, but he preferred to start disintegrating from the inside. If he destroyed the most important places first, he would definitely be able to ruthlessly destroy their morale. "Welcome back, Sir Divine Son." When they saw Tianyin return, they were all extremely respectful. They could recognize him, so they naturally knew. Especially Tianyin, who had shone brilliantly in the end, was still very famous in the evil spirit divine realm. Tianyin nodded and observed the situation here at the same time. It had to be said that ever since he caused trouble last time, they had been in a constant and tense search. Even if they complained, they could only continue patrolling obediently to prevent any unforeseen events from happening. However, after searching for so many years, they still could not find anything. The search teams that searched bit by bit were going crazy. After searching for so long, why did they still not find anything? Could it have really escaped? Tianyin strode through the teleportation array and directly arrived at the important city of the evil spirit divine realm, the Dark Divine Palace. This was not where the evil spirit divine realm lord lived, but it was the second most important stronghold. This was because there was a gigantic grade 3 dark core here. Many geniuses stayed here to cultivate, and only those who were inner sect disciples could come here to cultivate. The main reason he came here was to eliminate the elites of the elites. No matter what, he was alone, so it was impossible for him to kill all the evil spirit race in the evil spirit realm. He could only try his best to stop them and kill as many as he could. For this reason, he had set up a trap in advance, which was to let the Overlord of Stars bring a bunch of underlings to attack. With the help of so many underlings, he would definitely be able to reap a huge harvest. As for the other god generals, when Tianyin thought of this, the corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. This time, everything was ready. Whether or not they could completely exterminate the evil spirit race here depended on their cooperation. Very soon, Tianyin arrived near the Dark Divine Hall. He chose a secluded area and threw the 10,000 gods pagoda out without hesitation. Then his entire body disappeared into it. "Open up." Tianyin gestured for the venerable spirit to control the 10,000 gods pagoda to become bigger. He could not control it, so he could only control it through the venerable spirit. His cultivation was too low, so there was a limit to how much he could control a heavenly venerable spirit treasure. He had to have the power of a heavenly venerable. His heavenly energy was very strong, but the power of a heavenly venerable was not very good. At most, he could only store a little. It was insignificant when he used it, so it would not be able to last for too long. Immediately, the 10,000 gods pagoda suddenly increased in size, turning into a giant that could hold up the sky. Its huge body was comparable to an incomparably huge planet. The group of evil spirit race did not even have time to react to the sudden change. The 10,000 Gods Pagoda fiercely stomped down on the dark divine hall. Boom! The terrifying energy smashed heavily on the dark divine hall, and the overbearing power of magic gold seeped in wave after wave, destroying a large area of the dark divine hall. Most of the elite evil spirit race did not even have time to react before they were trampled into meat paste. Although the 10,000 Gods Pagoda controlled by the venerable spirit could not be used to its full potential, it at least had the power of a heavenly venerable. A heavenly venerable stomped down fiercely. The dark divine hall was not destroyed, but a lot of it was destroyed. Ding successfully killed evil spirit race, Lord of Heaven's seventh layer. Gained experience. Ding successfully killed evil spirit race, God Monarch first layer. Gained experience. A bunch of information popped up, dazzling Etianyan. It can be said that a lot of experience exploded in an instant. Compared to the experience that he needed to level up now, it is still a little less, but at least it is there. Use 100 times experience card, 200 times experience card, 20 times crazy point card. He threw out all kinds of experience cards. Now that he is killing evil spirit race on a large scale, how can he miss this opportunity to earn experience? As for the consumption of crazy point, it is really insignificant compared to the number of evil spirit race. Heavens, what's going on? Why did a statue suddenly appear here? When the evil spirit race in the distance saw the situation here, his heart trembled. He did not know what happened, but the dark divine hall was destroyed. If this continues, the dark divine hall will definitely be destroyed. This dark divine hall is really hard. It can't be destroyed even after so long. The divine rune is really hard. Etianyan did not stay for too long. He let the venerable spirit control the myriad gods pagoda and immediately flew to other planets to continue the crazy destruction. The planet did not explode, but this is not the point. He just needs to kill as many evil spirit race as possible. The evil spirit race is the key. If all the planets are destroyed, then he needs to control it personally. The power of a lower-level heavenly lord is very strong here, but it does not mean that it is absolutely invincible. After all, this is a grade 3 god domain. The defense in all aspects is naturally not too bad. If he wants to destroy it, it will take a few hours, and when a bunch of experts come, he will not be able to continue destroying it. Immediately, he quickly went to destroy other planets. There are many planets nearby, and with a stomp of the myriad gods pagoda, the planets all exploded. Not all planets are as hard as the dark divine hall, and now he is stepping on one of them. It is very easy to destroy it. With 2 or 3 stomps, the planet directly exploded. Run away, run away. This guy wants to kill us. Run quickly. When the evil spirit race in the distant planets saw the tragedy here, they all ran away. But before they can run too far, the myriad gods pagoda has already stepped on them, and another group of evil spirit race was killed. Chapter 1333. The evil spirit race had always been suppressing other races with their strength. Although the other races were very dissatisfied with the evil spirit race, they did not have the strength to take revenge. They had organized many cultivators to take revenge, but they all died. It was not without reason that the evil spirit race was so arrogant. There were many experts, and unless they were heaven-defying experts, the evil spirit race was not afraid at all. In addition, the evil spirit race did not provoke powerful god realms. For example, they would not provoke third-grade god realms. They would only plunder second-grade god realms. Therefore, the god realms that were plundered could only swallow their anger. Even if they went to third-grade god realms for help, the other party would not help. The evil spirit realm had some relationship with fourth-grade god realms, so why would they seek revenge from the evil spirit realm? Moreover, even if they did not, third-grade god realms would not dare to fight with each other unless they had no other choice. The damage caused by fighting was too serious, so they would not fall out with each other. After all, even if they won in the end, the outcome would still be tragic. Unless they had absolute strength, no one would dare to do so. Boom! Explosions rang out incessantly, exploding crazily in the vicinity. Planets were destroyed by the 10,000 divine pagoda, and the evil spirit race suffered countless casualties. In less than a short while, the 10,000 divine pagoda had already destroyed 7 or 8 planets, and the number of evil spirit race that had been destroyed was quite shocking. The 10,000 divine pagoda could not be teleported, but its flying speed was extremely shocking, and it could cross an area in the blink of an eye. For example, if it was a normal divine lord flying to the evil spirit realm, it would take at least a few weeks or even a few months to reach. If it was the 10,000 gods pagoda, the speed would be extremely shocking. It only took a few days for them to reach the evil spirit celestial realm. Who are you? At this moment, a furious roar came from afar. The void was filled with energy fluctuations, and the nearby life forms were affected. Immediately, the evil spirit realm lord appeared in Etanyen's sight. When he saw the situation nearby, he was about to explode with anger. The previous situation had not calmed down yet. So why did this statue appear? When Etanyen saw the evil spirit realm lord charging over, he found it extremely funny. "I've been waiting for you." He did not continue to destroy. Instead, he directly flew up and fought with the evil spirit domain lord. He would kill the evil spirit domain lord first and stop the rest for the time being. When the evil spirit territory lord saw the giant statue rushing over, he was stunned. His face sank as he said, "Heavenly Venerate, God Slayer, what is the meaning of this? Why did you suddenly come to destroy my forces? Have you forgotten that we are allies?" The 10,000 gods pagoda did not care about the evil spirit domain lord's words. It attacked ferociously, and its huge fist smashed down like a planet. Even the void was about to be smashed. Damn it! The evil spirit region lord quickly erupted with all of his power. His originally small body immediately grew larger, for wings appeared on his back and spread out to the side. Releasing the energy in his body to the maximum, he took out the forbidden black screen and threw it forward, immediately sealing a large area in front of him so that the 10,000 gods pagoda could be enveloped. Boom! Under the violent vibration, the evil spirit territory lord was slightly bounced back, and the 10,000 deities pagoda did not have much of an advantage. An artifact spirit was an artifact spirit after all, not a cultivator. It could not exert the full effect and could only unleash a small part of it. Just a small part could barely be on par with the evil spirit territory lord. It showed how amazing the power of this middle-level, heavenly venerate spirit treasure was. Interesting. I didn't expect them to be allies. Etanyen did not expect to hear some secrets. Heavenly venerate God Slayer and the evil spirit territory lord had something going on. It could be seen that their relationship was not ordinary. He immediately recognized that this was the treasure of Heavenly Venerate God Slayer. As a hiding treasure, it meant that their relationship was not shallow if he knew it, even like this. Etanyen did not let the 10,000 gods pagoda stop. Instead, he continued to attack crazily. Damn it! Heavenly Venerate God Slayer, come out. What is the meaning of this? The evil spirit territory lord was so angry that he was about to explode. They were clearly allies, so why did he suddenly attack? As he shouted, he kept resisting. There was even a suppressive force in it. An artifact spirit was an artifact spirit, after all. It was inferior to a true heavenly venerate in all aspects. Looks like there's no way to kill him. Etanyen was not surprised. The 10,000 gods pagoda seemed overbearing, but that was only for divine lords. It did not have much of an advantage for heavenly venerates. Unless Etanyen broke through to heavenly venerate and used it, he would not be able to exert its full strength. Of course, if he broke through to heavenly venerate, this evil spirit territory would basically be equivalent to trash. Just think about it. What if he broke through to heavenly venerate level? That kind of explosive power would definitely crush everything. Although the 10,000 gods pagoda could not kill him, it did not mean that he could not kill him. Following that, Etanyen flew out of the 10,000 gods pagoda and appeared in the sight of the evil spirit territory lord. "It's you!" The evil spirit territory lord immediately felt a familiar aura. How could he forget this aura? Whether it was before or now, he had been looking for this aura. He did not expect to see it here. "That's right, it's me." Etianyan smiled faintly. "Where's your helper? Why didn't he come this time?" The previous evil spirit territory lord did not appear, so he was not in a hurry to make a move. What if the previous evil spirit territory lord escaped after killing the evil spirit territory lord? "Why did you come out of heavenly venerate God-killer's treasure? Is he your master?" The evil spirit territory lord's face darkened. He did not think that heavenly venerate God-killer was already dead. Heavenly venerate God-killer was much more powerful than them. To kill heavenly venerate God-killer, one would need to be at least at the late stage middle heavenly venerate level, or even at the upper level heavenly venerate level. It could be said that it was quite difficult to kill. When he saw Etianyan, he thought that he was heavenly venerate God-killer's disciple or something, and that he had come to take revenge. "That's right, he is my master. Now, my master has sent the 10,000 Gods Pagoda to suppress you and seek justice for me." Etianyan simply admitted it. It was not bad to let heavenly venerate God-killer take the blame. If he could fight a few times with heavenly venerate God-killer's divine generals, it would be even more delightful. "I didn't expect you to really be heavenly venerate God-killer's disciple. How did our evil spirit, celestial realm provoke you? Besides, we are allies. If there's anything, we can discuss it." "What do you mean by directly attacking?" "Even if we do something disadvantageous to you, you can state your conditions. Whoever provoked you, I will take him out alone and let you deal with him." The evil spirit territory lord quickly calmed down. He was not in a hurry to make a move. He was still very cautious when facing heavenly venerate God-killer. He was very angry before, and he was very angry now, but he did not dare to casually explode. Chapter 1334. The evil spirit region lord was not a lunatic, nor was he a fool. He knew what kind of power he had to face. Therefore, even if Etianyan killed his wife and children, he had to consider heavenly venerate God-killer behind him. Anger was anger, but everything needed to be discussed. He did not want to offend heavenly venerate God-killer. As a God-killer, just the name alone was enough to tell how domineering he was. "Actually, someone did provoke me, and there are quite a few of them," Etianyan said with a smile. "Who is it? Tell me." The evil spirit region lord suppressed the anger in his heart. He wanted to see who was so blind to provoke God-killer's disciple, causing the current situation to turn out like this. This made him extremely angry. "For example, you and the entire evil spirit race have provoked me." Etianyan smiled and flicked his finger. The 10,000 divine pagoda immediately continued to attack the planets at the side, ignoring him. "You're messing with me." The evil spirit region lord roared angrily. "You're just looking for trouble. You killed so many of my people. Even if you're God-killer's disciple, you must die." The next moment, Etianyan felt a terrifying power behind him. It was undoubtedly heavenly venerate Fei T's sneak attack. The evil spirit region lord had originally planned to shake hands and make peace, but Etianyan's excessive request made him furious. Heavenly venerate Fei Te, who had been hiding at the side, could not help but immediately attack him. This time it was a fatal attack instead of capturing him alive. How could they swallow their anger after killing so many of their people? Even if it was heavenly venerate God-killer, they were not afraid, especially since the alliance broke the agreement first. Since that was the case, they also shed all pretenses of cordiality. "I'm waiting for you." Etianyan laughed loudly. The starry divine spear immediately appeared in his hand. Instead of running away, he directly charged at heavenly venerate Fei Te. At this moment, the crazy damage mode was immediately used. 100, 28 times the strength was directly stacked on top of the dragon god bloodline. It could be said that all the strength was stacked on top of each other. Heavenly Venerate Fei was a late-stage, lower Heavenly Venerate powerhouse. If he did not take him seriously, it would be difficult to kill him. This was especially so when he had faced her just now. He needed to make use of the other party's relaxed state of mind to deal with her. Therefore, the two of them decided to use the same old method. They first sealed the surrounding space, and then didn't use their strongest attacks. From their point of view, Yi Tianyin's strength was still the same as before, and he could not pose any threat to them. Hence, they did not use their full strength, only using half of it. After all, what Yi Tianyin had shown previously was that he was very good at escaping. As for his combat strength, it could only be said that he was very strong. However, he was still far from being a heavenly venerate. While they were still harboring such thoughts, Yi Tianyin had already unleashed his full strength. The explosive power of a god monarch level 2 cultivation could still slay gods. Boom! A beam of rainbow light burst forth, tearing apart the surrounding void and filling up their eyes. Heavenly Venerate Fit was alarmed, and a sense of danger welled up in his heart. After years of struggling on the edge of life and death, he knew that he was in danger. Immediately, he unleashed his full strength in order to defend against this powerful attack. However, it was all too late. Yi Tianyin's attack had already arrived. The double-speed bloodline stacked together was enough to surpass Heavenly Venerate Fit. Die. The dazzling starry divine spear had already pierced through his body. The power that had just erupted was now pouring out through the wound. It was as if a dam had collapsed and floodwaters were pouring out in torrents. How did you? Yi Tianyin did not give him a chance to speak. He followed the energy that was pouring out and spun rapidly, making use of this chaotic energy to detonate. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the energy swept out in all directions, smashing the surrounding rocks into smithereens. The sturdy void was also smashed layer by layer. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, and everything began to be destroyed. Master! The evil spirit domain Lord screamed. He was scared out of his wits. He had not expected that his master would die. He could not forget this familiar energy. It was his master's aura. Yi Tianyin quickly retreated and looked at the place where the explosion happened. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Successfully killed Heavenly Venerate Fit. Obtained 58,000 compressed EXP. 3,000 compressed Crazy Point. 3,000 compressed Sin Value. Obtained Taboo Black Curtain, lower level Heavenly Venerate Spirit Treasure. Evil Spirit Bloodline Rare. Evil Spirit Divine Record, high grade Heavenly Tao level. Evil Spirit Divine Realm Secret Room Control. Leapfrog Kill, bonus 500 compressed Crazy Point. 500 compressed Sin Value. After successfully killing Heavenly Venerate Fit, Yi Tianyin received a lot of rewards. Especially with up to 500 to 600 times the EXP card, Yi Tianyin received almost 60,000 compressed EXP. But he was not as strong as killer Heavenly Venerate. The experience he got was crazy. Yi Tianyin didn't even use the EXP card, but the effect he got was already better than Heavenly Venerate Fit. Not bad. The experience I got is really good. Yi Tianyin's eyes flashed. He had to say that the value was quite impressive. It made him very satisfied. You killed my master. Even if you are killer Heavenly Venerate's disciple, you are dead. Evil Spirit Domain Lord roared. His eyes were bloodshot. Yi Tianyin didn't know how long he had been using his full strength. The 4 wings behind him were constantly absorbing the dark energy around him, greatly enhancing his strength. He has gone all out. Even his soul bloodline was ignited, so his combat power skyrocketed. Under the rising layer by layer, the value kept jumping in front of Yi Tianyin's eyes. This guy is really going all out. Yi Tianyin grinned and said, "Oh, it seems that you evil spirit race still have a bit of humanity. I thought you are all indifferent people, whether it is your own family or others. You are indifferent. But it seems that you have personally experienced how sorrowful it is for friends and family to die. You evil spirit race deserve to die for occupying so many territories and killing so many races. Now is the time to punish you. Onion doesn't say how righteous he is. At least the evil spirit race offended him. The danger of the three realms is still vivid in his mind. He almost died there. They are all a bunch of garbage, including you. Evil spirit domain lord stretched out his hand and increased his power to the extreme. He looked at Onion coldly and said, "Don't run if you have the ability. Fight me to the death." Chapter 1335. The wrath of the evil spirit territory lord made him erupt without holding back. When all his power poured out, 3 billion star power points shot out. This is the standard that a heavenly venerable should have. Onion thought of the tragic heavenly venerable god-killer. If he hadn't used the vast heavenly venerable's attack imprint, the power that erupted would probably have been more than 3 or 4 billion star power points. At that time, it was really much stronger than the current evil spirit territory lord's full power. The two were not on the same level, but under the suppression of the vast heavenly venerable god-killer died in vain. From the beginning to the end, he did not erupt with his full power until he died with hatred. A powerful upper-level heavenly venerable, who had the power of a middle-level heavenly venerable even when seriously injured, was suppressed by an existence that barely reached the power of a heavenly venerable. Just thinking about it made him feel vexed. It was really a tragic death. What he was facing now was the power of a true heavenly venerable, which proved that the power of a heavenly venerable was extremely great. For example, Onion was currently a second-level divine lord, but his base value was only 13 million star power points. If he did not use crazy mode, he could only erupt with 70 to 80 million star power points at most. The difference was too great. An ordinary low-level heavenly venerable could casually erupt with a combat power of 1 billion. That was the difference. It was not that a heavenly venerable was too weak, but that heavenly venerable god-killer had become too vexed after being suppressed. Don't worry, I won't run this time. I will fight you fair and square. Just nice. I also want to try and see what effect I can suppress. Onion grinned, his eyes filled with excitement. Previously, he had either won by suppressing power or by sneak attacks. Now, he was fighting a heavenly venerable head-on. No one would believe that a divine lord could fight a heavenly venerable. They would only feel that it was like throwing an egg against a rock and overestimating one's capabilities. Now, he wanted to be that overestimating one's capabilities person. Very good. I don't know how you have such great power, but I do know one thing, and that is that you will repent to my master. The evil spirit territory lord raised his hand and released the forbidden black screen. Under the stacking of his explosive power, layer after layer of seals enveloped this area. In addition, the evil spirit divine territory was his territory, so its power was unleashed to the extreme. This seal was much stronger than before. This was the true power of an Empyrean spirit treasure. The previous seal could only be considered half of its true power. Due to the consumption, the evil spirit region lord and the others could not use it often. They would not use it unless they had no other choice. Under the seal, Onion immediately felt his strength being suppressed. This was the suppression of the power of an Empyrean. Due to the difference in energy levels after being suppressed, one's strength would be greatly reduced. Fortunately, he had the title of Sir God. Hence, the suppression power was basically halved. However, even if it was halved, his combat power would still be reduced by 4 to 5 million points. If he didn't have that title, his combat power would basically be reduced. At that time, he was not even at the level of a god monarch. He could only be considered to be at the level of the Lord of Heaven. The gap between realms is truly terrifying, but I can make up for it. Onion's eyes turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Level up!" Ding. 50,000 compressed experience points deducted. Ding. Congratulations to player Etianyan for successfully breaking through to level 3 God Monarch. Level up again. Ding. 100,000 compressed experience points deducted. Ding. Congratulations to player Etianyan for successfully breaking through to level 4 God Monarch. His basic experience points were immediately emptied. He could not even level up anymore. Killing 2 terrifying Empyreans and stacking so many experience cards allowed him to level up twice. Otherwise, he would not be able to get that much experience even if he slaughtered an entire city. Previously, he had killed so many evil spirit race members in the 10,000 Divine Pagoda and gained a lot of experience points. But it was only to fill the gaps between his teeth. All in all, he could only level up twice. If he wanted to continue to level up, he would have to kill the evil spirit region lord. After leveling up, the pressure on him decreased rapidly. As his cultivation increased, the suppression effect of the power of an Empyrean would naturally weaken. In addition, his basic points had increased, and he suddenly rushed to 15 million points of star power. Explode! The crazy damage mode was activated, and his combat power immediately shot up, jumping from 15 million points of star power to 6 billion points. This included all the major bloodlines and the bonus of the evil Lord of Heaven set. The power allowed him to explode to 6 billion points of star power, directly surpassing the evil spirit region Lord's full power. Boom! A terrifying aura swept out from his body, pushing back the oppressive power. Even the forbidden black screen's suppressive power was bounced back. What ceiling power? It was Bullsh *T in front of him. This aura, what's going on? The evil spirit region Lord went crazy. He had unleashed his full power, but why was the other party's power stronger than his? He clearly felt that the other party's cultivation was at most at the Divine Lord level, but after unleashing his power, it had already surpassed his level. That's what happened. Etianyan's eyes flashed, and the starlight divine spear in his hand twisted in the void, disappearing on the spot. The evil spirit region lord was shocked. The sudden disappearance of Etianyan made him feel very strange. Did he escape? The next moment, he felt a dangerous aura coming from the side. It made him subconsciously slap over, but what he touched was nothingness. There was nothing. Nothing? The evil spirit region lord felt very strange. The place where he attacked was clearly where the danger was, so why was there nothing? However, he could still feel that dangerous aura behind him. Could it be in the void? The evil spirit region lord immediately knew what was going on. He quickly turned around and fiercely stabbed at the void, wanting to shatter the void and force Etianyan out. Boom! The void was directly blown up by the punch, and the evil spirit region lord's power frantically surged into the void, wanting to force Etianyan, who was hiding inside, out. The direction of the attack is correct, but that's where I was just now, idiot. Before he finished speaking, the attack had already penetrated the evil spirit region lord's chest, nailing him in the void. He attacked secretly by confusing the evil spirit region lord's perception. Although it was said to be an open and above-board competition, wasn't this an open and above-board competition? This was just one of his abilities. Moreover, talking about open and above-board with the evil spirit region lord was simply courting death. After Etianyan stabbed him, he quickly spun, wanting to grind the evil spirit region lord into powder. The evil spirit region lord had already grabbed the starlight divine spear that had pierced into his chest at an even faster speed, dragging it out fiercely and quickly retreating tens of thousands of miles. Chapter 1336. Huff, huff, huff. Void bloodline. How can you travel through the void? The evil spirit territory lord's expression was ugly, and the huge wound on his chest quickly began to heal. It was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, his injuries were not light after this move. and he had consumed a lot of energy. It seemed that it was not easy at all, and he might even lose. Even after going all out, it was still not enough for the other party's power, which shocked him. However, his decisiveness and speed surprised Eteonyon. He had thought that he could get rid of him, but who knew that the evil spirit territory lord would be so decisive and have a set of dodging skills? That's none of your business. Eteonyon did not waste time with him. He immediately rushed forward and quickly waved the starry divine spear in his hand. He had escaped before, but this time he wanted to see what the evil spirit territory lord had. Facing an even more powerful move, the evil spirit territory lord's face darkened. Looks like I can only go all out. Immediately, the forbidden black screen appeared in his hand, and then he crushed it, crushing the forbidden black screen in his hand. After crushing it, the sealing power in the surroundings began to gather toward him and fill his body. As an extremely powerful force poured into his body became larger and larger. Like a balloon being inflated, it began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the power in his body increased several times, and his combat power soared to 8 billion points in one go. It directly surpassed Eteonyon's combat power. At the same time, Eteonyon's attack had already penetrated through. When it was about to touch, the evil spirit territory lord stretched out his hand and grabbed it, fixing the starry divine spear in place. Seal! The evil spirit territory lord growled, and a powerful sealing power was released from his palm. Dense black divine runes enveloped the starry divine spear. After touching it, like divine runes, they were branded on the starry divine spear one by one, sealing the power of the starry divine spear. All of a sudden, the power of the seal was greatly reduced, and at the same time, the seal's power was still rushing towards Eteonyon. In the blink of an eye, it had already surged into Eteonyon's arm and began to seal his power. Open! Eteonyon swung the energy in his hand and executed the boundless godly art. Boundless starlight illuminated the darkness, force, approaching him. The two powers countered each other and reflected the power of darkness back. However, the power of darkness did not increase by much and remained at the same level as before. Seal it! The evil spirit region lord roared again. One dispelled it, while the other continued to seal it. He wanted to see who had the upper hand. Originally, the power of an Empyrean could suppress it, but now that the evil spirit territory master had completely released the forbidden black screen, this situation was basically equivalent to destroying an Empyrean spirit treasure, and the degree of damage was extremely great. However, it was precisely because of this that its effects could be completely displayed, allowing him to fuse with the black curtain of the forbidden technique, forming an absolute sealing power. Under the power of the seal, Eteonyon's strength was once again suppressed. Even the boundless god technique was unable to withstand this surging power. Eteonyon's expression changed. His figure flashed and disappeared from where he was standing. In the next moment, he had teleported to a place 10,000 miles behind him. The starry divine spear in his hand was already pitch black, and a lot of its power had been sealed, making it difficult to exert its strongest power. What a powerful sealing power! Eteonyon's expression darkened. He also had a black sealing power on his body. It would take a long time to undo it, and it was not that easy to undo. The evil spirit territory master was willing to suppress him even if his Empyrean spirit treasure was destroyed, so he naturally erupted without holding back. What happened to fighting together? The evil spirit territory master's eyes were full of ridicule. This time he could finally surpass Eteonyon and not be beaten up by Eteonyon. I wonder who escaped faster than me just now. Eteonyon sneered. When the other party was hit by the spear, he immediately fled to heal his injuries. How would he dare to fight head-on with Eteonyon? You're about to die, yet you still dare to be stubborn. I don't even want the Empyrean spirit treasure anymore. Let's see how you can turn things around this time. The evil spirit territory master snorted coldly, and attacked Tianyan again. Due to the effect of the forbidden black screen, all escape routes had been sealed. He was restricted to a certain range and could not escape. It was like this had become a duel arena. As long as he did not win, he could not leave this area. Immediately, the evil spirit territory master continued to chase after him frantically. The effect of an all-out attack was amazing. In addition, Tianyan's power was suppressed, so Tianyan was in a passive situation and kept getting beaten. After being hit a few times, the power of the seal became stronger and stronger, and Tianyan could only choose to dodge and escape. He had already burst out with his full strength, but he still could not catch up with the evil spirit territory master's power. This was the difference between an Empyrean spirit treasure. The other party had an Empyrean spirit treasure, but he did not have an Empyrean spirit treasure, so he was basically suppressed. An Empyrean spirit treasure is really a good thing. It can also be released with full strength, and it can enhance one's strength. Tianyan constantly blocked the other party's attacks and was in a passive state. However, he could still resist for a period of time. In the eyes of the evil spirit territory master, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight and could not hold on for too long. Let's see how long you can hold on for. The attacks of the evil spirit territory master were getting stronger and stronger. As long as he continued to attack, Tianyan's power would be sealed more and more, and then victory would be his. At this time, Tianyan's body was really covered with a lot of black sealing power. If this continued, his combat power would definitely be reduced by a lot, and when the gap between them was even greater, he would not be able to resist. I can hold on until the evil spirit celestial realm is destroyed. Tianyan grinned and looked to the side. The 10,000 divine pagoda was crazily destroying over there. One planet after another was destroyed, and it was unknown how many evil spirit race members had died. According to this situation, even if he died, the evil spirit celestial realm would collapse more than half, or even be completely destroyed. Damn it, stop! The evil spirit territory master roared, and his attack speed increased once again. Tianyan continued to block, and from time to time he would teleport and escape, which could stall for a little more time. If you have the ability, don't run. Stop and fight with me. After the evil spirit territory master fought for a period of time, he wanted to vomit blood. Tianyan kept on running. He was really tenacious, and it made him feel suffocated. If you have the ability, then catch up. Being able to escape is also a kind of ability, idiot. Tianyan laughed loudly and continued to fight. Damn it! Even if the evil spirit celestial realm is destroyed, I will still kill you. Being trapped here, I want to see if you have the ability to make a comeback. The evil spirit territory master roared. Is that so? I don't think so. Chapter 1337. Tianyan is here. In addition to wasting time, he is also earning experience. With more and more experience, he would be able to level up. At that time, he would definitely be able to counterattack. At the same time, when the evil spirit race received the news, they all fled out of the evil spirit divine realm. Although they were not afraid of death, they felt extremely powerless against the 10,000 divine pagoda. There was no way they could resist, so they could only choose to temporarily retreat. It was not a wise choice to stay there forever. The result was heavy casualties. Moreover, this was an order from the elders, telling them to quickly choose to retreat instead of staying on the various planets. For the first time, they felt so helpless and pathetic. Previously, they had always been arrogant. When they rushed into other planets, they would be brutally abused, killing the other party until they begged for mercy or fled in all directions. Now that it was their turn, they finally experienced this feeling. It was filled with despair, anger, and unwillingness to be humiliated. Hurry up and escape. If that giant rushes over, we'll be finished. That's right, hurry up and escape. Who is controlling the treasure to come over and cause trouble here? No matter who is causing trouble, we have to evacuate first. Otherwise, we'll be dead for sure. Their cultivation levels were not high, only at the level of the Lord of Heaven and the Earth Monarch. These were the most obvious cannon fodder. Divine monarchs could still dodge quickly, but they really could not escape in time. They would soon be trampled into dust by the 10,000 divine pagoda. Of course, these attacks had not affected them yet. It was just that they had received the order to evacuate in advance, so they quickly escaped. If they stayed here, who knew if they would attack later? When they flew out of the passageway in groups and were about to fly to the various planets outside, suddenly pitch-black shadows floated over. Before they could react, they had already pounced on them and completely torn them into pieces. It's the Star Sea Demon. Good, so many of them. When they saw the black shadows pouncing on them, they were naturally densely packed Star Sea Demons. There were tens of thousands of them, densely surrounding the passageway. When they came out, they were immediately torn to pieces, and not even their bones were left. Not only here, but the other passageways were also blocked by the Star Sea Demon. As long as an evil spirit race came out, they would immediately be torn into pieces. Some waited for the evil spirit race to fly far away before secretly surrounding and tearing them apart. This way, the evil spirit race would not be scared back. It was the astral overlord that the astral sea demons were piled up here. After Tianyin raised the astral overlord to the level of a divine sovereign, his control over the astral sea demons increased greatly. He could easily control a large group of the Lord of Heaven astral sea demons. With its help, more than half of the exits were blocked. Groups of evil spirit race were torn apart, but Tianyin could not obtain any experience. After all, these were not his pets. Even if the Star Overlord controlled them to attack, he would not be able to obtain any experience. In another area, groups of evil spirit races escaped. When they scattered in all directions, many figures appeared in the surroundings. When they were all scattered, they suddenly rushed out and ruthlessly killed them. This group of people was actually Yu Ming and the others. They had also received Tianyin's orders and were waiting for an ambush. As long as the evil spirit race came out, they would immediately kill them. There was still the last group, the divine spirit race. They were extremely happy to come and kill the evil spirit race. After receiving Tianyin's orders, their experts all moved over. At first, when Tianyin said that he was going to attack the evil spirit divine realm, they were all shocked. However, seeing that Tianyin was serious, they also accepted it. They chose to believe in Tianyin and not refute anything. In their opinion, Tianyin would not act rashly. When they arrived here, they thought that they would kill their way in together, but Tianyin told them to stay outside and wait for the evil spirit race to come out. Once the evil spirit race escaped, they would immediately hunt them down. It would be best to hunt them in batches and not alert them. There were a total of 3 groups. One was the Star Sea Demons, led by the Star Overlord. The other was the team led by Yu Ming. And the last was the divine spirit race. Tianyin wanted the 3 realms to help, but their cultivation was relatively weak, so the help they could provide was limited. For the time being, they would focus on protecting the 3 realms. It should be said that the 3 realms had already spread out quite a few forces, occupying quite a few areas of Fanyu. Under these 3 groups of powerful forces, unless they were at a heaven-defying level, there was only death awaiting them. As for those divine Lord Elders, they would not leave without permission, nor did they expect that they would be surrounded outside. If he had known, he would have immediately given the order not to escape. However, it was too late now. They had quietly dealt with a large number of evil spirit races. Even if they were unable to destroy the evil spirit divine realm, this battle had at least severely injured the evil spirit divine realm. It would take tens of thousands of years for them to recover their vitality. This was the effect of working together. They would work together to destroy the evil spirit race and reap their harvest. It's really as Master said, they will escape one after another. Yu Ming was extremely surprised. Normally, They would not be able to kill their way in, but it was different now. When they came out, it would undoubtedly be equivalent to coming out of the thick city walls. At that time, it would be their turn to reap their harvest. The divine spirit race was the same. They were all frightened by this situation. Just as Etianyan had said, they would run out after a while. Judging from the violent situation of the 10,000 divine pagoda, it would definitely scare them out of their wits. It was certain that they would escape. Even if they were intercepted by the evil spirit domain lord, it would only be temporary. In the end, they would definitely be chased everywhere. They were just escaping in advance. It just so happened that when they were escaping, they were surrounded by an inescapable net, unable to escape. While the many evil spirit race S outside were being hunted, the evil spirit race S inside were also being ruthlessly crushed by the 10,000 divine pagoda. Etianyan, on the other hand, was running in all directions, avoiding the attacks of the evil spirit domain lord. In fact, if he kept hiding, he could be said to be able to win this round. After all, the evil spirit domain lord's full power could not last for too long. As long as he delayed it long enough, he could drag the evil spirit domain lord to death. Die, don't run if you have the ability. The evil spirit domain lord was about to explode. This time, Etianyan was the same as before. He was running in all directions, avoiding his concentrated attacks. If this continued, he would lose without a doubt. It's about time. Etianyan's eyes flashed as he sneered. Level up! Ding. Successfully deducted 150,000 compression experience points. Congratulations to player Etianyan for successfully breaking through to the 5th level of God Monarch. Chapter 1338. After killing so many evil spirit race beings, he finally had enough experience. It was too difficult to level up now. It was not enough to just destroy one planet of evil spirit race beings. He had to destroy several planets in a row, and there was the stacking of experience cards to reach the standard of leveling up. The experience required was too much. It was because the cultivation level of the evil spirit race was too low, and the experience gained from the Earth Monarch level was so pitiful. Especially since the experience was compressed, it was not as much as before, causing his leveling speed to greatly slow down. No matter what, it was finally time for him to level up. After leveling up to level 5 Divine Monarch, the power that sealed him was instantly opened, and the seal on him was greatly weakened. It was originally weakened by about half, but now that his cultivation level had increased, the weakening effect was less than 30%. He was very satisfied with the sudden increase in effect. It's my turn this time. Etianyan sneered, and the power of the planets in his body began to circulate. He had wanted to circulate it before, but he felt that even after circulating it, he would not be able to maximize the effect. When the time came, he would not be able to kill the evil spirit territory lord, and instead he would scare the other party away. If that really happened, it would be troublesome. He did not want that to happen. Therefore, he had been stalling for time. When he broke through to level 5 Divine Monarch, it would be the time to truly erupt. Why? You're not running anymore. The evil spirit territory lord saw that Etianyan was not moving and was immediately delighted. Yes, I'm not running anymore. Because it's time for you to die. Etianyan sneered. Time for me to die? I wonder who was chased like a stray dog just now. And now you're telling me that it's time for me to die? What a joke. Didn't Heavenly Venerable God Killer teach you not to be too arrogant? No, Heavenly Venerable God Killer is an arrogant and conceited person to begin with. The evil spirit territory lord snorted and immediately attacked Etianyan. This time, his strength was still the same as before. There were no fluctuations, so he could still persist for the time being. He did not have any fluctuations, but Etianyan was different. The power of the planets in his body started to circulate completely. Metal gave birth to water, water gave birth to wood, and wood gave birth to metal. Lightning also gave birth to water, and under the crazy cycle, his power began to rise. Coupled with the increase in his cultivation base, his foundation became bigger. Even if it was only an increase of 3 million points of star power, it would be equivalent to an increase of 400 million star power under the superposition of 128 times. It was definitely not bad. The key was not just a simple 128 times increase. There was also the superposition of martial arts. The planets in his body revolved and similarly displayed a frantic stacking of power. All of them gushed out, causing the void space to explode. His combat power also rushed from the original level of 2, 6 billion to the level of 3, 3 billion in one breath, jumping over 700 million combat power in one breath. It could be said to be terrifying. This power was immediately felt by the evil spirit territory lord. While he was shocked, he quickly wanted to withdraw his fist and escape. The power that was transmitted over made him feel an extreme sense of danger, and even a sense of death surged up from the bottom of his heart. You want to leave? It's too late. Tianyin's expression was indifferent as he reached out and grabbed the fist of the evil spirit territory lord that was smashing over. With a boom, the evil spirit territory lord's energy rushed over and dispersed on both sides of Tianyin's palm, causing no damage to his palm at all. The evil spirit territory lord was taken aback, not knowing what he wanted to do. Tianyin smiled at him, reached out and pulled hard. With a rip sound, the evil spirit territory lord's arm was torn off just like that. Such a tough physique was torn apart, like a piece of paper with a light tug. Go, go, go. The evil spirit territory lord's mind was not full of revenge, nor was it full of fighting with Tianyin. He just wanted to escape. If he didn't escape, he would really die. If he died, he wouldn't be able to take revenge. But would he be able to escape? After Tianyin tore off the other party's arm, the starry divine spear in his right hand had already pierced out. The power that was enough to penetrate everything naturally and easily penetrated the evil spirit territory lord's body, nailing him in the void. There was clearly nothing in the void, but it was able to fix him in place. This was related to the power of the void. Under the effect of the void bloodline, the surrounding void could be greatly strengthened, becoming like an iron wall, trapping the opponent. The power of the void was not just about traveling through the void. It could also be used in various aspects, and this was one of its uses. Didn't you say that we would fight fair and square? Why do you want to escape now? Don't you want to avenge your master? Or is it that as long as there's life, there's hope? Tianyin looked at him with a sneer. The evil spirit territory lord's face turned pale. He wanted to resist, but found that his power had been locked. The main thing was that Tianyin's attack just happened to hit his vital point, and the violent power wreaked havoc all over his body. It looked normal on the surface, but in fact, when the spear pierced through, most of his body had already been destroyed. The wings on his back began to fall rapidly like withered flowers, turning into wings of light without wings. Don't think that it's over. Even if you're heavenly venerable God-killer's disciple, you still have to die. The evil spirit territory lord crushed an unknown object in his hand, and it quickly turned into a beam of light that spread in all directions. Tianyin didn't need to investigate to know that it must be the type of message that spread the news that he was heavenly venerable God-killer's disciple. This was something he was very happy to see. Otherwise, how could he have let the evil spirit territory lord send a message? He already knew the moment the evil spirit territory lord took it out. If he really didn't want to send a message, the evil spirit territory lord would definitely not be able to do so. Oh, you still want to send a message? Tianyin smiled faintly. That's right, you're dead. Don't think that it's over. Even heavenly venerable God-killer will be punished in the face of a stronger grade 4 God realm. The evil spirit territory lord shouted, his eyes filled with anger. His body was on the verge of collapse. If this continued, his body would explode and he would die. Tianyin's attacks had never been merciful. He hadn't been merciful in the past, and he wouldn't be merciful now. Is that so? But before you die, let me tell you something, lest you die with everlasting regrets. Tianyin moved closer to the evil spirit territory lord and said softly, "Actually, I'm not Heavenly Venerable Godkiller's disciple, but he was killed by me. Your message is very helpful to me. I hope it can make Heavenly Venerable Godkiller's force suffer some losses." You, the evil spirit territory lord's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that Tianyin could kill Heavenly Venerable Godkiller. But now that Tianyin said so, could he really be dead? Chapter 1339. Surprise? I was waiting for your message. It really saved me a lot of effort. Thank you very much. Tianyin smiled and thanked him. The evil spirit realm lord wanted to say something, but he could only let out an oh sound. He wanted to send another message, but it was already impossible. The message just now had consumed all his strength. At this time, except for his head, his body is in a state of collapse. How can he use the communication treasure? You don't have to thank me. Thank you very much for your help. In order to thank you, I will not leave your body intact. I will let you drift in your own territory. Tianyin swung the star divine spear in his hand, and the vast power of the starry sky was released in all directions. At this time, the evil spirit realm lord directly turned into a pile of black powder. Drifting around, his sturdy head was smashed by him. Ding! Successfully killed evil spirit territory lord. Reward: 46,000 compressed EXP, 2,500 compressed crazy point, 2,500 compressed SBS. Obtained taboo black curtain, evil spirit bloodline, evil spirit divine record, evil spirit divine realm secret room control. Killing above level, additional 500 compressed crazy point, 500 compressed in value. Just like Heavenly Venerate Fei-Te, the reward for killing is the same, except for the difference in cultivation level between the two. They are basically carved from the same mold. There is no difference in the rewards. The only difference is the experience. After all, the evil spirit realm lord can only be a lower level Heavenly Venerate early stage cultivation, and Heavenly Venerate Fei-Te is a lower level Heavenly Venerate late stage cultivation. The gap between the two is still quite big. Heavenly Venerate Fei-Te also died extremely depressed, like killer god Heavenly Venerate. If he explodes like the evil spirit realm lord, then Tianyin can't delay the time. He can only choose to escape first. Heavenly Venerate Fei-Te is far stronger than the evil spirit realm lord. So if they really fight, Tianyin will definitely have a headache. It is precisely because of this that he chose to kill Heavenly Venerate Fei-Te first, killing the strongest first, not the weakest first. Finally finished, the evil spirit realm is destroyed. Tianyin stretched out his hand and waved. 100,000 flying swords flew up from all directions. Following that, his figure flashed and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared on another planet and began a frenzied slaughter. He and the 10,000 deities pagoda destroyed together. This way, their speed would undoubtedly be much faster, especially when he used the teleportation godstone. His speed would be even more astonishing. The point-to-point teleportation saved him a lot of time on the way back, and he arrived at his destination in an instant. He has a lot of crazy points now. Buying these teleportation godstones is just like buying skin and fur. At the same time, he also kept buying EXP card and crazy point card like they were free. After killing so many evil spirit race, how could he miss out on these experience cards? What's going on? Why are there so many flying swords in the sky? Good, it seems like an attack is coming. When they saw so many flying swords falling down like rain, they ran into the houses to hide, but it was meaningless. These flying swords seemed to have grown eyes as they directly broke through the door and killed them easily. After clearing one planet, Tianyin immediately rushed to the next one. He was not as violent as the 10,000 deities pagoda. He just directly stepped on the planet and killed the evil spirit race. His harvesting speed is quite fast. According to this progress, it won't take too long to eradicate the evil spirit race quickly. Originally, the number of evil spirit race was not very large. They were just scattered around the major planets. So the total number of evil spirit race was not much. While Tianyin was harvesting the evil spirit race crazily, the news sent by the evil spirit territory Lord quickly reached the major alliances. When one of the third-grade God Domain Lords received the news, he immediately frowned. He looked up and saw a divine monarch coming over, and this divine monarch happened to be the divine general under the killing God Heavenly Master. Greetings, Heaven Punishment Territory Lord. I am the divine general under the killing God Heavenly Master. There is a matter that I don't know if I can ask the Heaven Punishment Territory Lord for help. This divine general did not know. He was only here to gather information and also to ask them to pay more attention to the surroundings. If there was any news about the 10,000 deities pagoda, they should immediately be informed. Damn you, killing God Heavenly Master. How dare you betray the alliance? Capture him. The Heaven Punishment Territory Lord slammed the chair and shouted sternly. The guards at the side did not hesitate and immediately pounced on this divine general to restrain him. This divine general did not know what was going on, but he was captured. And what was up with this betrayal of the alliance? Heaven Punishment Territory Lord, what is the meaning of this? Our master would never betray the alliance. Could it be? The divine general's expression changed. He thought that the culprit might have controlled the 10,000 deities pagoda to attack everywhere. He immediately shouted, Heaven Punishment Territory Lord, the truth is that our master is dead, and the enemy has taken the 10,000 deities pagoda. The one controlling the 10,000 deities pagoda now is not our master. Nonsense. You can even come up with such lies. Killing God Heavenly Master is an upper-level Heavenly Master. Who can casually take his 10,000 deities pagoda? Don't do this even if you want to absolve yourself. The Heaven Punishment Territory Lord did not believe the other party's words. How could killing God Heavenly Master die? These were all excuses. They did not believe that the evil spirit territory Lord would lie to them, but killing God Heavenly Master would lie. In fact, this had something to do with killing God Heavenly Master not being on good terms with them. That was why they did not believe the divine general's words. No, it's not like that. Take him away. Cripple his strength and cut off his meridians and limbs. The Heaven Punishment Territory Lord ordered. Yes, Territory Lord. These guards were extremely strong. They easily suppressed this divine general, making it difficult for him to escape. Now he could be slaughtered at will. There was no way for him to escape. We're innocent. It's all that guy's trick. We're all innocent. The Heaven Punishment Territory Lord waved his hand, too lazy to care about these things. At the same time, the other alliances received the corresponding news and were all shocked. I said that killing God Heavenly Master did not join us sincerely. He's a loner and doesn't like to put others in his eyes. Now, he's starting to kill madly to increase his cultivation. He's definitely trying to snatch the grade 4 God Realm Promotion token. Damn it. If I had known, I wouldn't have let killing God Heavenly Master join us. What a scourge. Now listen to my orders. If you encounter killing God Heavenly Master's Divine General or someone from the God Realm, kill them all. Chapter 1340. When all the major divine realms were shocked by this news, Tianyin had already cleared most of the evil spirit divine realm, and the rest had escaped. However, these escapees were quickly annihilated by the overlords of stars outside. When Tianyin wanted to continue to search for the evil spirit divine realm, a sweet voice suddenly came to his ear. Ding, successfully completed main quest, destroy the evil spirit divine realm, obtained 5,000 compressed crazy point, 1,500 compressed sin point, 1,500 compressed proficiency. At the same time, obtained the title Super Evil Spirit Killer, and obtained an additional main quest gift pack. Super Evil Spirit Killer. When facing the evil spirit race in the future, the damage will be increased by 50 times, and the pressure exerted by the opponent will be reduced by half, no matter how strong the opponent is. Is it done? Etianyan was happy. He thought that he had to destroy all the evil spirit race to complete the quest, but now it seems that it is not the case at all. He only needs to destroy the general evil spirit race. In fact, he just needs to reduce the number of evil spirit race to a certain amount to complete the quest. If all the evil spirit race is destroyed to complete the quest, then it is basically impossible to complete the quest. Some evil spirit race does not stay in this divine realm at all. They are in other forces, or go out to gain experience, and so on. If he had to find them one by one, he will go crazy. He doesn't know how long it will take to destroy them all. It's finally completed. This main quest is finally completed. Etianyan breathed a sigh of relief. It means that the evil spirit race is now crippled. It will be extremely difficult to completely recover. But he will not end it so easily. He will still let Yuming pay more attention in this aspect to see if there are any fish that slipped through the net. If he could kill one, then one. In any case, he would beat the evil spirit race to the point that they would never be able to recover. Ding successfully accepted the main quest, move the 3 realms to the divine realm, become a grade 1 divine realm. Completed the quest, obtained 1,000 compressed crazy point, 1,000 compressed sin point, 1,000 compressed proficiency. At the same time, obtained a new title, I am the Realm Lord. The new quest that appeared did not surprise Etianyan. Generally, after completing the main quest, the next main quest will appear. Now that he had cleared out the evil spirit, celestial domain, he no longer had any enemies to speak of. With this, he could set up camp in the 1st grade celestial domain's territory with a peace of mind. This was a step-by-step mission that did not exceed the scope of his abilities. I can finally come to the god's domain. Etianyan's eyes flickered. He had previously thought of transferring, but when he thought of the evil spirit celestial territory, he temporarily put that idea aside. Now he could completely transfer it over. Once he did so, he would be able to have a rapid breakthrough. The environment here was pretty good, much better than in Fanyu. If they moved here, the number of people breaking through to the Star Venerate level would soar. As for the Lord of Earth and the Lord of Heaven, there would be no problem with them in the future. Next time, I'll head to the god's domain directly. Etianyan nodded. He then noticed the extra main storyline gift bag. It was a special reward, and he didn't know what it was. Shortly after, he opened the main storyline extra gift pack, and soon, a large pile of items appeared before his eyes. Ding! Main storyline gift pack opened. Obtained integration system mode. Shop prices refreshed. Inventory capacity increased. Integration system mode. Shop prices refreshed. Needless to say, the price will increase when you buy it for the 2nd time. When he destroyed the evil spirit celestial territory, he bought a lot of EXP cards. Because the time was relatively short, he needed to buy a lot. As a result, the price doubled crazily, causing the last EXP card to require dozens of crazy point or even hundreds of crazy point. He couldn't solve it in just an hour. It took him several days just to destroy most of the evil spirit celestial territory. This is already fast. If it was someone else, they wouldn't know how long it would take to go back and forth. Therefore, he basically used EXP cards the whole time, so the number of EXP cards required is extremely terrifying. But overall, it is quite worth it. The EXP and crazy point gained are enough to make up for the loss. In his opinion, EXP is more important. Only by improving his cultivation can he upgrade. Otherwise, those powerful bloodlines can't be upgraded. These are all level restrictions. For example, the crazy damage mode, the next level will take a long time. Inventory capacity increased. Needless to say, the things that couldn't be stuffed before can now be stuffed in. As for this new integration system mode, it made him feel extremely magical. He didn't know what it was. Immediately, he opened the integration system mode, and the corresponding content immediately appeared. Integration system mode can integrate any item or martial art and at the same time integrate the advantages of it and eventually form a stronger unique technique or item. Martial art and item fusion? So I can integrate anything? Tianyan was happy and immediately began to try it. First, he took out 2 mid-grade rebirth level weapons and threw them into the integration system mode. 2 rebirth level weapons detected. Spend 5 crazy point to fuse. Do I need to compress crazy point? Tianyan thought about it. It's normal for it to cost, so he immediately waved his hand and let it continue. Soon, the 2 reincarnation grade weapons fused together and a brand new weapon appeared. The sword is still a sword, the grade has not changed, but the power has been greatly improved. Not only does it integrate the advantages of the 2 swords, but it also makes up for a lot of shortcomings. For example, one of them is hard and the other is soft. After the fusion, the softness is moderate. The main thing is that the attributes are enhanced and the power is enhanced. All of a sudden, the advantages are revealed and the disadvantages are eliminated. Let's try again. Tianyan threw in medicinal pills this time. 2 second-grade medicinal pills were thrown in. After a while, the second-grade medicinal pill was still condensed, but the effect is enhanced. It is close to the effect of a 3rd-grade medicinal pill. Is there a detailed explanation? Tianyan tried to read the integration system mode. He wanted to see if there is a corresponding formula so that he can try less. After checking, he found that there is a corresponding rule in it, although it doesn't cover everything, but it roughly covers a lot. It means that the medicinal pill can also be upgraded in the process of fusion, either in the case of the same level, throw in more quantity, or integrate a higher level item. I see. Tianyan immediately threw in 4 or 5 second-grade medicinal pills, and the next moment a 3rd-grade medicinal pill came out. It had leveled up. It had leveled up perfectly. The effects of the leveling up were even greater. Chapter 1341. This fusion system mode made his eyes light up, and he was pleasantly surprised. It could fuse with anything, including martial arts, bloodlines, and so on. The key is to absorb the advantages and make up for the shortcomings. This is the key. To put it bluntly, no matter how you throw it, you can get good things. However, if there were advantages, there would definitely be disadvantages. In addition to the amazing consumption of crazy point, if you casually integrate everything, it doesn't mean that it will become suitable for you. Some things are too mixed, there are advantages, but it is not suitable for use. This is embarrassing. Unfortunately, there is no optional mode. Otherwise, the effect will be better. Tianyan chose to integrate the advantages of his own choice, such as a whip-type weapon. Soft enough, power is good, but the sharpness is a bit lacking. After integrating a long sword, choose the sharpness effect to integrate, and the sharpness effect is immediately available. Now there is no choice. It is completely up to the fusion system mode to choose what you want to choose. He can't intervene. He was thinking if it can be upgraded. He found that this thing can't be upgraded. It is completely fixed. Forget it. It is good to have it. At least I can integrate a lot of things that I don't need. Tianyan thought that he has a lot of martial arts. Because it is too mixed, sometimes he doesn't know which one to use. If all the advantages were mixed together to form a perfect addition, it would be amazing. Immediately, he threw several high-grade, heavenly path martial arts into the fusion system. It can be said that vast sky Lord left him a martial arts, a total of 5. Detected 5 high-grade, heavenly path martial arts. Fusion requires 100 compressed crazy point. Choose to fuse. 100 compressed crazy point? Tianyan took a deep breath. This consumption is really not ordinary. 100 compressed crazy point is nothing for him. He has to say that fusion consumes a lot of crazy point. Fusion. He can only choose to fuse, no matter what. He has to try to see what the final effect is. Then the fusion system mode quickly fused. After a short time, a new martial art popped out. 5 martial arts into a martial art, I don't know what effect it will have. After Tianyin obtained it, the grade of the martial art didn't change. It was still a high-tier heavens path martial art. This thing was very difficult to change, mainly because the level was different. No matter how many there were, it was impossible to change. Elixirs could still be changed, but martial arts were different. An Empyrean level martial art could only be used by a powerful Empyrean. It was laughable that so many Empyreans didn't have an Empyrean level martial art. Even Empyrean Death God didn't have one. However, by relying on high-tier heavens path martial arts, he was still able to forcefully cultivate to that level. High-grade heavens path martial arts were already sufficient for one to reach the heavenly Lord realm. As for Empyrean level martial arts, the significance was completely different. In any case, most Empyreans didn't have corresponding Empyrean level martial arts. It was just unknown if Empyrean vast expanse had such a martial art. No name. The martial art in Tianyun's hands didn't have a martial art name. It was equivalent to a brand new martial art. As for how to name it, it was up to him. He immediately flipped it open and took a closer look. He was soon shocked. It hadn't become rotten, but it had really become very perfect. The essence of the 5 martial arts had been fused together to form a brand new move. The move that was displayed could be said to be related to the previous one, but it could also be said to be unrelated. At least after it was displayed, it was extremely difficult to see. This martial art is much more powerful than before. Tianyin closed the martial art, his eyes filled with excitement. It seemed like this would be his main focus from now on. It's about time to retreat. If those allies come, it will be troublesome here. Tianyun's figure flashed, and he quickly disappeared. He quickly passed on the information to them one by one, asking them to retreat. Among them, Yuming asked her to gather all the powerhouses and fly to the first-grade God Realm area to start looking for a suitable place to set up camp. The Divine Spirit Race's elders all asked them to go together. When they learned that the evil spirit race had been destroyed, all of them were shocked. They were just fighting and killing outside, and it was already over inside. In order to dispel their doubts, Tianyin asked them to go in and carry out a plundering operation. At the same time, he told them to quickly evacuate after the plundering. It was very likely that the allies would come to check, so they had to leave. Heavenly Clouds, Great Emperor, why are you looking for a first-grade God realm? Elder Ji asked. When they learned that Tianyin was looking for a first-grade God realm without a domain lord, they were very surprised. It's very simple. I'm going to transfer the 3 realms here and become a first-grade God realm. Tianyin didn't hide it from them. Transfer the 3 realms here? Elder Ji and the others were taken aback. Are you transferring a group of people here? Doesn't that mean we have to transfer it many times? They didn't know that the 3 realms could fly, and they thought it was a very old-fashioned method, which was to use a spirit ship. That's not necessary. You will know when the time comes. Tianyin said with a smile. If we choose a god realm, in fact, all the good god realms have been selected, and we can only choose a slightly better one from the bad god realms. Elder Ji, you suggested. We have seen a good god realm before, and the conditions weren't too harsh. As for the location, Elder Ji took out the astrolabe, marked it, and explained. Roughly, this is the area. The environment is not bad, but it's a little messy. If we clean it up, there shouldn't be a problem. Tianyin glanced at it casually and smiled. No problem, then it's here. He trusted Elder Ji. Since Elder Ji had said so, he would choose this place. After explaining, Tianyin returned to the 3 realms first, and they would go to the evil spirit god realm to plunder, and then they would gather there. Tianyin easily returned to the 3 realms with a teleportation, and he immediately called for a meeting, and all the elders came to attend. I have gathered everyone here for a simple reason. We are preparing to enter the god realm. Now, gather everyone back and prepare to set off. When Tianyin faced the many core elders, He waved his hand and said something that stirred their hearts. "We are going to the God realm." They were all stunned. They had always heard that the God realm was very powerful, and they yearned to go there. However, the divine spirit race said that it was extremely dangerous, and they would only be cannon fodder if they went there with their cultivation levels. Chapter 1342. After Tianyin made the announcement, the elders of the three realms immediately gathered the people in the surroundings. Many of the factions had arranged to station themselves on the planets outside. Now that he said they were going to evacuate, they naturally had to evacuate. After evacuating, they all revealed excited eyes when they learned that they were going to the deity domain. Some of them had heard about how beautiful the deity domain was and how good the cultivation environment was. Unfortunately, their cultivation was not high enough and they could not go. If they wanted to go, they had to cultivate constantly. Those with low cultivation could not go at all, especially when they heard that the lowest level of the deity domain was the star venerate. They all worked hard to break through to the star venerate realm as soon as possible and serve Tianyin. Tianyin's deeds were widely spread here. It was said that he had to travel outside and experience many life and death situations before he could bring back so many treasures. This made Tianyin's prestige very shocking here. It could be said that if Tianyin shouted, they would immediately work for him without fear of death. The problem was that their cultivation was too low. This was the reason why Tianyin did not let them go out. Traveling outside was a good opportunity to train, but if they went to the deity domain casually, they would not even know how they died. Now that the opportunity had finally come, they felt that it was their chance to serve Tianyin. Tianyin came to the control room of the three realms. It was still that familiar feeling. He had not come here to control the three realms for a long time. He knew that he either had to escape or go to the deity domain. Otherwise, he would not use this control room. It was also Shuiyun's first time here. Previously, Tianyin did not bring her here. If they wanted to enter here, they had to be brought in personally. Otherwise, no one could enter. "We are going to the deity domain now. Shuiyun, are you ready?" Tianyin smiled at his wife. "I'm ready. I'm going to experience the legendary God's domain." Shuiyun and the others could have gone to the deity domain long ago. It was just that Tianyin did not recommend it. Going alone would allow them to gain some experience, but it was also easy for problems to arise. For example, being isolated or having difficulty climbing up, these were all difficulties. After all, humans were not popular in God's domain, and Tianyin did not want them to join the God's domain that they had previously gone to. To put it bluntly, he did not want to expose himself. Now, things were different. They were going together, and he had the power to protect the three realms at the same time. He no longer needed to worry about this. Following that, the three realms started to move. Then, with an astonishing speed, it flew rapidly towards the divine domain. The sudden change shocked the cultivators outside. Although they knew that they had to go to the divine realm, they didn't know how to get there. Most people thought that they would slowly fly over or ride a spirit ship. Now it seemed like they were all wrong. Instead, they were traveling by the three realms. Because their cultivations were very low, they didn't know what was going on outside. Now that their cultivation levels were not low, they were aware of the changes in the planets. Now that they discovered that the massive three realms had begun to transform into spirit ships that rapidly flew towards the divine realm, they began to grow excited. Too fierce. The three realms is actually a spirit ship. Being able to fly at will is really amazing. This should be transformed by the heavenly cloud's great emperor, right? Unknowingly, the three realms has been transformed into a spirit ship. How much power does this require? The heavenly cloud's great emperor is really a godlike existence. He can even do this. It's amazing. They all shouted excitedly, but they didn't know that this wasn't done by Tianyin at all. He didn't have the ability to transform a planet like this. In the control room, Tianyin was extremely shocked. Before, when he controlled the three realms, He thought that the speed limit was that fast. Who knew that when he controlled it now, it was far faster than his previous speed. It seems that his cultivation level was too low, so he couldn't exert its power. Now he really knew that the 3 realms could be even faster. This speed was comparable to the 10,000 divine pagoda. However, he felt that it wasn't the limit. As long as his cultivation level continued to improve, the speed would definitely be stronger. This was the masterpiece of a 9th grade god carving master. How could it be bad? This time he continued to look around to see what level the 3 realms was at. The appraisal I explored back and forth, and after looking for a while, a message popped up: level insufficient, unable to explore. Level insufficient. Tianyan shook his head. It seemed that there were still many secrets of the 3 realms that he hadn't discovered yet. It was just like the Forget Worries Bridge. If he wanted to know the secrets, he must have enough power. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know the slightest bit. Immediately, he didn't think too much about it and controlled the 3 realms to fly quickly to their destination. The Grade 1 God realm that Elder Jiyu had marked could be considered to be on the outskirts of the Grade 1 God realm. Now, there were always other cultivators stationed there, and it was also relatively chaotic. In the case of being divided into several forces, it was impossible for the God domain to not be chaotic, but this wasn't a problem. Under Tianyan's control, they quickly went to the Chaos God domain. In fact, this was a relatively casual name. Because it was too chaotic, it was called the Chaos God domain. As long as someone ruled this God domain, they could name it whatever they wanted. The cultivators on the side were all shocked when they saw such a huge planet flying past them while they were traveling at top speed. What's going on? A huge planet flew by? Am I seeing things? No, I'm not seeing things. A planet really flew by. Furthermore, it's huge. Heavens, how did he do that? And it's so fast. What rank is it? These star venerates were all stunned. Even if they wanted to catch up, they couldn't. They were immediately left far behind, unable to catch up at all. This was an existence on a different level from them in the first place. Yet it easily left them in the dust, leaving behind an incomparably shocking scene. This news spread very quickly, but it was useless. After all, no one would believe it. A spirit worship was one thing, but a huge planet was something they didn't really believe. This was the difference in cultivation, which naturally limited their thoughts. After spending more than half a month, Tianyan controlled the 3 realms and finally arrived at the Chaos God domain. He charged in without hesitation. The passageway here had not been modified. Hence, even a huge planet could be entered. After entering, a dense stellar energy immediately surged over from all directions, burrowing into the 3 realms. Soon, they were filled with astral power. A brand new power emerged from their bodies. Chapter 1343. The 3 realms had just entered the God territory and was about to undergo the baptism of the God territory. Layers of energy constantly surged over from the sky. Or rather, it should be said that all kinds of astral powers continuously surged over, transforming everyone's physique. Not only those with high cultivation, but even the weakest could feel the baptism of astral powers. Under normal circumstances, it was better to undergo the baptism of astral powers as early as possible. This way, one's strength would be stimulated, and the effects of cultivation would be faster. Tianyan did not stop moving the 3 realms. He continued to move forward rapidly, at the same time observing the situation around him and paying attention to the situation inside. The situation inside was very stable. There were no major problems. There was nothing wrong with the situation on the outside. Only a bunch of cultivators were stunned when they saw this scene. A huge planet flew past them. How could they not be shocked? However, no one dared to intercept it or fly in to take a look. As long as one was not a fool, they would know that this was definitely not an ordinary object. If they barged in carelessly, they would not even know how they died. This planet is too big. It can even move. This is the largest spirit ship I have ever seen. Can this still be called a spirit ship? This is a spirit planet, all right? This had already exceeded their common sense. Even if they went to a second-grade god territory, they would be shocked. A huge planet that could move. How could they not be shocked? As for the third-grade god territory, it might be slightly better. However, it would soon be targeted. Something that had this kind of ability was definitely not ordinary. Heavenly Venerables would definitely come over to investigate the situation. Of course, Tianyin did not mind them observing for a while. If they wanted to snatch it, he would not be polite. As long as it was not an upper-level heavenly venerate, he could deal with it. However, he did not want to go to a third-grade god territory and become their target. Staying in this first-grade god territory was good enough. Soon, Tianyin chose to stop in the central area of the Chaos God territory. He planned to set up camp here. The Three Realms was located in the central region, which was undoubtedly the best location. Be it from the perspective of development or safety, the central region was the best. At that moment, Tianyin stopped controlling the star. Beside him, Shi Shuyan was already meditating with her eyes closed. When the Three Realms arrived here, other than the divine spirits who had been to the divine realm, basically all the other cultivators were meditating to absorb the star power. In fact, this wasn't something they could control. It was the astral power that entered their bodies on its own. It was a special test for them. The longer one persisted, the better the effects would be. Just like Tianyin, the longer he absorbed, the better the effects would be. As for how long they could absorb, that would depend on their abilities. Tianyin smiled and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared outside the Three Realms. He meditated there, guarding all of them. At the same time, his spiritual awareness locked onto the nearby area, as well as the area in the Three Realms, recording the situation of each cultivator. This was also a form of selection. The longer one persisted, the more talented they were. The more talented they were, the more resources needed to be poured in to nurture them. As for those who were slightly less talented, they would be given less resources. This was the inevitable result. However, Tianyin would be more fair, and they would receive similar contribution points. As long as they completed enough missions, they would also be nurtured. He didn't want to nurture lazy people, let alone trash. Those who felt that they were not talented and gave up on themselves would naturally not be nurtured. Those who worked hard, even if they were less talented, he would still pour in resources. Due to the appearance of the Three Realms, the surrounding cultivators flew over to check. Among them, the leaders of many forces came over to check the situation. This planet flew over from the outside. Maybe there are some treasures inside. That's hard to say. I just checked. The cultivators' cultivation levels are generally low. There are very few earthly lords. Most of them are below the star, lord level. It is obvious that this planet flew over from the ordinary realm. I wonder how they obtained this planet. They are really lucky. That's right. Maybe there are some treasures inside. Let's go in and take a look. A bunch of cultivators with such low cultivation levels can be easily smacked to death. All of them were extremely excited. Although the cultivators inside were generally low, they felt that a flying planet would definitely have many treasures inside. They didn't believe that there were no treasures inside. Moreover, they would know once they went in. When they wanted to go in, Tianyin, who was guarding outside, opened his eyes slowly and said indifferently, "This is my force. I'll give you two choices. Either get out of the Chaos Dominion, or choose to join my force." Tianyin wouldn't completely expel them. The Chaos Dominion was huge and needed a lot of power to maintain it. As for their loyalty, it could only be nurtured slowly. It seemed like there was no way to speed it up at the moment. Yo, quite arrogant. From your tone, it sounds like you came from a second or third grade celestial realm. If it weren't for the fact that your standards are too low, I would have believed it. That's right. This guy is really arrogant. This is his force. As long as you enter our Chaos Dominion, even your territory will become ours. Don't talk nonsense with him. Little ones, kill your way in and see what treasures are inside. One by one, the Earth Monarch class leaders shouted and gestured for their subordinates to attack. They also had Earth Monarchs under them. In their opinion, it was more than enough to crush Fan Yu's force. Yi Tianyun's eyes were cold. With a gentle wave of his hand, those leaders stiffened. When they opened their mouths to say something, their bodies had already exploded into a pile of blood mist that drifted in all directions. The sudden change startled his subordinates. They didn't even know what happened to their boss, and he died. I'll say it for the last time. Either surrender or get out of the chaos dominion. Yi Tianyun's eyes were cold. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. I don't accept any alliances or conditions. I only have these two goals. I'll give you 1 month. If you don't surrender or leave within a month, you'll die. Yi Tianyun's voice was spread out by his energy. It could travel a long distance in an instant. Although it couldn't reach the entire Chaos Dominion, it could at least reach a small part of it. As for the rest, it would be up to the others to deliver the message. It was impossible to completely occupy a celestial realm without some tricks. Chapter 1344. Yi Tianyun's little bit of power was enough to scare them into retreating. Their boss was gone, and they still dared to step forward? They were so scared that they hurriedly ran away, not even daring to look back as they ran back to their own lairs. Their boss was gone, but their second and third brothers were still alive. He had to go back and report this to them. They didn't have the final say in such an important matter. It was better for the bosses to take charge. Soon, the cultivators who wanted to come in and snatch the treasures retreated in all directions. As for the rogue cultivators who were watching from the side, they were also shocked. They chose to leave first and spread the news. These rogue cultivators didn't like to join any factions. If they wanted to, they would have done so long ago. These rogue cultivators were the ones who spread the news. They didn't have a permanent base and often wandered aimlessly. Naturally, they would spread the news. Yi Tianyun believed that the news would soon spread to the various regions of the Chaos Dominion. When that time came, it would be a different matter as to how many people would come to surrender. However, he believed that there would definitely be factions joining. Right now, he was more concerned about the situation of the baptism in the three realms. Many of them only lasted for a few hours before they fainted. Some of them lasted for a long time before collapsing. Back then, he had lasted for 14 days. That wasn't his limit. But because he couldn't continue to improve, he had no choice but to stop. After all, it was impossible to improve limitlessly. If it was possible, he would have exploded a long time ago. Not bad. There are quite a few people who lasted for a few days. Yi Tianyun remembered their situations and divided them into different stages of training. This had nothing to do with cultivation. It didn't mean that the higher one's cultivation, the longer they could last. This place was already much gentler, and there wasn't much pressure. Therefore, even infants could hold on for a little longer. The prerequisite was that they could last longer. Some people were born with long endurance and were very sensitive to this energy. Naturally, they could last longer. As the days passed, many people fainted. There were also quite a few who could persist, which made Yi Tianyun quite impressed. Finally, on the 10th day, everyone passed the baptism. The longest lasted was 11 days. This group of people turned out to be Yi Tianyun's acquaintances, namely Shi Shuiyun, Yi Wei, and Yi Qingxian, who could hold on for a long time. Needless to say, his daughter Yi Sixue was the holder of the highest record. Reaching the record of 11 days, he was fully deserving of being the person who persisted the longest. Not bad, not bad. Yi Tianyun laughed out loud. With a wave of his hand, he split the people of the three realms into groups. Those who persisted for different days would be divided into different groups. Even if they were acquaintances, if they only persisted for 1 or 2 days, they would still be divided into the group with lower potential. There would be no favoritism. I'm sure you've all felt the baptism of the God territory. This is a transformation of your body. The longer you endure, the better the effects. I'm sure you've all felt it. It's a very intuitive effect. Conversely, the longer you persist, the greater your potential and talent will be in the future. For those who persist for too short, don't be discouraged. It doesn't mean that we'll give up on you. We'll still nurture you. However, if you want to obtain more resources, you'll have to work hard. Next, we'll issue missions. Other than cultivation missions, there's also the mission to expand territories. As long as you expand territories and stabilize your forces, you'll get more contribution points. By then, even if you're not talented, you'll still be nurtured. As the Dharch who leads all of you, I can't treat everyone equally. I only care about those who contribute more. Those who contribute less will not be given any resources, even if they're my family members. I'm a man of my words. I welcome all of you to supervise me at any time. The people around him were never useless, nor would they slack off. It could be said that each of them was more hardworking than the other. In terms of contribution points, they were undoubtedly ranked at the top. When the cultivators heard Yi Tianyun's words, they were initially a little depressed. Persisting for a few hours was really too short. However, when they heard that they could also be nurtured again by completing missions, they became excited, especially the mission to expand territories. It meant that they would become the ones who founded the nation. We'll definitely work hard, expand territories, and expand our forces. Yes, we know that we're not talented, but it doesn't mean that we're bad. Well said. Even if we're not talented, we can still contribute. It doesn't mean that only talented people can contribute. They were not discouraged and their fighting spirit was still high. Some of them knew that it would be very difficult to improve their standards, or they would need to put in a lot of effort. However, the key was to set an example in front of them, which was to nurture them. All of them were extremely hardworking. The geniuses were already so hardworking, so what right did they have to not work hard? The cheers became louder and louder. Under Zhu Lingyun's support, all of them were loyal and would not have any emotions. Moreover, Yi Tianyun would not be too biased. Even if their talents were not as good, they would still have a corresponding opportunity. For example, martial arts and elixirs, they would have a chance to obtain them as long as they worked hard enough. If they were just trying to freeload, then they would have to leave obediently. Yi Tianyun immediately discussed with Shi Shuiyun and the others, listing out all kinds of missions and future plans. These were all related to the development of the three realms in the Chaos Dominion. To complete the main mission, they would have to completely conquer the Chaos Dominion and change its name. Only then would the mission be considered complete. The mission wasn't as simple as just flying over. If it were that simple, it would have been completed long ago and not like this, where there was no movement at all. But before starting the task, Yi Tianyun very generously distributed a variety of medicinal pills, as well as a variety of weapons, pile by pile. He wanted them to consolidate their cultivation and strengthen their own bodies. The real battle would only begin a month later. After all, he had already given the order to give the factions in the Chaos Dominion a month's time. When the time came, they could either get lost or give an answer. During this time, they could consolidate their cultivation and prepare for all kinds of missions to keep the three realms in operation. At the same time, they would have a new mission to motivate them. From Fan Yu to the Chaos Dominion, how could they not be excited to have a new place to expand their territory? I wonder if I can turn this place into my territory in half a year. Chapter 1345. Within a month, the overall strength of the three realms increased significantly, and after the energy in their body increased, their cultivation base would also have a significant breakthrough. This was like a switch, and after the switch was turned on, their potential was stimulated, and each of them was stronger than the last. Some of them even broke through several levels in a row, and their overall strength could be said to have improved a lot. This was related to Yi Tianyun's help. With so many medicinal pills and many good martial arts, they were completely stimulated in this place. Not bad, not bad. The overall strength has improved a lot. There are many benefits in coming to the divine realm. Yi Tianyun was very satisfied. If this continued, it wouldn't be a big problem to take root in this chaos divine realm. However, he didn't want to just take root, he needed to expand crazily and then break through to the second grade god realm. Of course, this was his plan. It wasn't that easy to break through to the second grade god realm. This was a situation where one's overall strength was above average. Only then would one be able to sit firmly on a grade 2 god realm. For example, he couldn't even control his own territory, so it was impossible for others to recognize him as a second grade god realm. Just relying on Tianyin alone was powerful, but it wasn't good enough to manage the overall situation. Without other cultivators to join and strengthen, it was bound to decline. Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, someone outside wants to see you. At this time, a guard came to report. Let them in. Tianyin naturally knew that someone was coming. As long as they came within a certain range, he could sense it, but he couldn't greet them in person. Soon, cultivators came in from outside. After coming in one by one, the leading cultivator was particularly arrogant. He walked in and said, "Are you the great emperor here?" "Yes, I am." Tianyin looked up and down at the group of people. The leading cultivator had the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven, which was not bad. "I heard that you want to rule this place. Can you give us a month to think about it?" The cultivator smiled and said, "It's not impossible to join you. As long as you give us an area and give us 2 high-grade reincarnation rank martial arts, we will choose to join you. Otherwise, it's impossible for us to join you." "What if I don't?" Tianyin asked calmly. "If you don't, then there's nothing we can do. Let's see who can last longer. You want us to get lost?" "Impossible." The cultivator laughed loudly. He felt that Tianyin was an idiot for asking them to get lost. "Ha ha ha, that's right. We're not pushovers. How could we let you bully us so easily? Since you've just arrived here, you'll have to follow the rules here. Otherwise, no matter who you are, you'll have to kneel here." The other Lord of Heaven laughed. Tianyin's expression was indifferent. He stretched out his hand and slapped forward. The 2 bosses were immediately flattened. They couldn't be more dead. "It doesn't matter if you're a persimmon or a watermelon. Get out now. Let me repeat my words once more. There are no conditions to negotiate. Everything is up to me. Whatever I say goes. If you can't do it, then get out of this god's territory. If I choose to avoid it, I don't mind clearing it once. The time limit is 1 week. If it exceeds 1 week, I'll start clearing it immediately. At that time, even if you beg for mercy, it'll be meaningless." Tianyin waved his hand, and those stunned cultivators were thrown out of the planet. "Are our bosses dead?" They were stunned. Their boss was killed with a single slap. How strong was the person who could do this? A late-stage Lord of Heaven, or a divine Lord? Their bodies trembled, and they hurried back to report the news. When the news spread, the chaos celestial territory was shaken. Many forces were shocked by this domineering act. The 2 leaders that Tianyin killed were people of high status. They were gone just like that. Similarly, there were some who were extremely disdainful of this. If he's so capable, he can really wipe us out. Isn't the chaos celestial territory easy to eradicate? There are many experts here. Don't think that there aren't any experts just because it's a grade 1 god realm. That's right. If he's so capable, then come and chase us away. I'd like to see how capable he is. None of them believed that a new force could do this. The chaos celestial territory had existed for so long without anyone ruling it. This proved that it was not easy to manage. But at the same time, some forces chose to join them. But they were all small forces with very few powerful cultivators. Tianyin did not mind. He accepted all of them and arranged them to another area. He definitely would not give them any benefits. Everything would be done according to contribution. They started to complain about not getting any rewards. They thought that if they lowered their heads and joined, they would at least get some rewards, right? Who knew that there would be no rewards at all, and they were directly arranged to stay. Damn it, he's too stingy. He's not giving us anything. I wonder if we joined the wrong forces. We all chose to lower our heads when we joined. Shouldn't he give us some benefits? That's right. Looks like we can't stay here for long. Why don't we leave immediately? Don't rush. Let's wait and see. Didn't they say they were ready to take action? Let's see how they handle it first. This group of small forces was not in a hurry to leave. They still chose to stay and observe the situation. Soon, Yu Ming and the divine spirits rushed back. They were all extremely excited. They had all gone to the evil spirit, celestial territory to plunder and looted many good things. This proved what Yi Tianyan had said. The evil spirit, celestial territory had been destroyed. The divine spirit race originally believed it, but Ming Yu's batch of newcomers didn't believe it. Now that they knew about it, they were all extremely grateful to Yi Tianyan and worshipped him to the extreme. Their original enemies had been destroyed, just like that. How could they not worship and be grateful? Hence, when they came one by one, their loyalty to Yi Tianyan could be said to be off the charts. Seeing them arrive, Yi Tianyan smiled. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Their arrival marked the beginning of the operation. You're finally back. I happen to have a mission for you to do, Yi Tianyan said with a smile. Sir, no matter what it is, we are willing to do it. They were all extremely excited, as if they had been injected with stimulants. They were willing to serve Yi Tianyan like a dog. That's even better. I'll arrange a mission for you now. Yi Tianyan's eyes flashed. It's too late for these disobedient fellows to regret. Yi Tianyan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Some things could only be resolved with a little violence. Otherwise, these fellows would not be willing to listen. Chapter 1346. The various scattered forces in the Chaos Dominion were eating and drinking as usual, robbing the resources of other forces or capturing the women of other races to enjoy themselves. It was not wrong to say that this was the Chaos God Realm. It was really chaotic. This group of people did all kinds of evil and had no scruples. This was the benefit of freedom. They could act according to their own thoughts and do whatever they wanted. Just as they were dismissive of Yi Tianyan's words, there was a sudden explosion, and their lair was blown up. What's going on? They ran out of their houses in shock and saw the elder of the divine spirit race leading a large group of people over. Since you did not choose to surrender, you will be chased out now. Elder Ji, you led a group of experts to attack. They were basically fighting to the death. They did not hesitate to attack their lair, and a group of cultivators were either killed or injured. The sudden change made them run for their lives. They turned around and ran outside. They didn't care about their lair anymore. Although the attack was fierce, they did not kill them all. Instead, they were chasing them away. Driving them away would be enough. But if they didn't leave or resisted, the only result would be death. It was not just this side. The other side also started to chase them away. Without a word, they killed their way to their lair and attacked them wildly. Instantly, the entire Chaos God realm became extremely chaotic. All of their lair were uprooted. What's going on? Didn't they say that only the boss has some strength? Why did so many experts suddenly come over? You're asking me, but how would I know? Hurry up and run. If not, we'll be killed. They all screamed, hating their mothers for not giving them an extra leg. They quickly ran to other areas. However, there was no point in simply running. All of them were mobilized, spreading out in all directions. There were basically no blind spots. This new faction is too arrogant. I'm going to kill him now. At this time, the faction leaders hiding in the corners had cultivation levels of 3rd or 4th level godlords. They had actually come here to take refuge. Previously, he had committed some misdeeds in another god domain and made a bunch of enemies. That was why he had chosen to hide here. Who knew that not long after he hid here, he would be ambushed by powerful enemies? Very soon, this expert charged towards Yi Tianyan. With his god monarch cultivation, he could easily bypass a group of cultivators and charge towards Yi Tianyan. But as soon as he arrived outside the three realms, an invisible force pinned him down, causing him to be unable to move. In the next second, Tianyin appeared in front of him and said calmly, "Esteemed guest, what brings you to my faction?" I. The leader's body trembled, and he discovered that he had been firmly controlled, unable to struggle at all. The terrifying power filled his heart with fear. He didn't expect his opponent to be so powerful. Based on his cultivation, he was at least a late-stage divine monarch or even an Empyrean. When he thought that it might be an Empyrean, he felt fear and his intestines turned green with regret. At first, he thought that the highest level he could reach was the divine monarch level. Who knew that the level would far exceed his imagination? More importantly, how could there be an Empyrean in a grade 1 god domain, let alone an Empyrean? Even late-stage divine monarchs wouldn't be willing to come here. What resources could there be here? Little did he know that Tianyin didn't come here for resources, but to complete the main mission and raise the strength of the three realms at the same time. "I'm just here to take a look. I'm willing to surrender and serve my lord." The leader smiled fawningly and immediately changed his words. "I'm sorry, I've already said that as long as you reject me, you will die. If you change your mind, I'm sorry, but I won't accept it." Tianyun's words caused the leader's smile to stiffen. Just as he was about to say something, Tianyin reached out and squeezed through the void. The leader was dead for good. Very quickly, there were many attempts to assassinate or surrender. Tianyin rejected all of them and started to eliminate them. He didn't listen to any of them and used forceful methods to suppress them. When the other small forces that were assigned to the side learned of the situation, their expressions changed. They were glad that they had made the right choice. Not only was the overall strength of this new force strong, but the leader was also terrifyingly strong. Even a divine monarch would be easily killed. This made them wonder if the leader was a late-stage divine monarch or even an Empyrean. Following their suppression, more and more forces started to gather together to resist Tianyun's forces. Originally, they wouldn't gather together. Unless there were some transactions, different forces wouldn't gather together. But because they were at a life and death juncture, they didn't want to leave this place. They could only join forces to deal with the three realms. We can only join forces to deal with that new force. Otherwise, we'll have to leave this place. That's right. It wasn't easy for us to settle down here. What right does he have to chase us away? That's right. We've been managing this place for so many years. If he chases us away just like that, I'd rather fight with him. One by one, the leaders gathered together and formed a decent force. No matter what, they had to fight with the three realms. After they united, it had to be said that their overall strength was not bad. They were equivalent to a first-class force. Most of these people had escaped from other places. How could they be weak if they could do something bad? This place had become their paradise. It wasn't easy for them to become the boss here, and the other cultivators were at their mercy, who knew that they would be chased away, which immediately aroused their conflict. All of them were people who had licked blood from the edge of a knife. Naturally, they wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Why? Because my fist is hard. How about it? At this time, a ghostly voice came from the side. Everyone in the secret room was shocked and hurriedly hid to the side. At the same time, they looked in this direction with vigilance. Immediately, they saw a young man walking slowly from the side of the secret room and looking at them with a smile. Such a bright smile, logically speaking, would make people feel more amiable. But to them, it was extremely terrifying. How could such a hidden place be discovered? Especially in such a secretive manner. They didn't even know when they came in. You're the boss of that new force. Chapter 1347. That's right, I'm the boss of that new force. It seems that everyone is still quite dissatisfied with me. Tianyin shrugged his shoulders and said with a faint smile, I kindly invited everyone to join, but all of you disdain me. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame me. Bullshit, one of the leaders shouted. There are no benefits. Why should we follow you? Why should we follow me? Tianyin patted his fist and said with a faint smile, just by relying on this, I can protect all of you. It's that simple. They all looked over speechlessly. These words were not wrong. No benefits were better than staying in a safe force to develop, especially when they had the confidence to win. They would not be afraid of being bullied in other divine realms, as long as their own force was strong. Even if there were any opportunities, the other party would give them some face and not dare to casually snatch them. This was the key to their own force. No one dared to act recklessly. Everyone looked at each other, but they still had a fierce look on their faces. Even so, they did not want to join a new force. Kill. The soundless secret words spread among them. In the next moment, they all pounced over. Everyone erupted with their strongest strength. Many of them were at the divine Lord level. After erupting with their strength, it was quite shocking. For a moment, the secret room was blown up by this soaring aura, leaking out in all directions. Humph! Tianyin coldly snorted, and the effect of the title of the strongest divine lord was immediately released. It fiercely suppressed them from all directions, causing their bodies to go soft, and they felt their strength rapidly weakening. Their originally astonishing speed was as if they were tied with an iron block, and their speed was greatly weakened. Their expressions immediately changed, causing them to feel an unprecedented pressure. Especially when their strength was suppressed, they immediately knew that they had encountered an extremely strong opponent. Moreover, it was the kind that they could not resist. When they wanted to say something, Tianyin had already reached out and grabbed one of the cultivators. Following that, he kicked another cultivator and killed him instantly. With a few punches and kicks, more than half of them were killed or injured. Many of the leaders of the original forces died, just like that, as if they were chopping melons and vegetables. After seeing this, the rest were scared out of their wits. How could a divine lord level powerhouse become so weak? We surrender. We're willing to surrender. At this moment, all of them knelt down, afraid that if they were too late, they would be killed. I'm sorry, but it's already past the time I agreed on, especially since you guys are joining hands to deal with me. Tianyin's eyes turned cold. He rushed over, and everywhere he went turned into a bloody mist. The leaders of a large number of forces were gone, just like that. They were all killed by him immediately. The originally clean and tidy secret room immediately became a bloody mess. It was too horrible to look at. Boss, what happened? At this moment, a group of people rushed in from the outside. What they saw was a young man standing on a pool of blood. However, there was not a single drop of blood on his body. I've already taken care of your boss. Go back and tell the others that this is your last chance. Either get the hell out of the dominion of chaos or surrender. Otherwise, you'll end up like them. Tianyin gave a final ultimatum. He would not force them. There were so many cultivators scattered all over the dominion of chaos. It was not realistic to eliminate all of them. It would take a lot of time. His original plan was to kill all the leaders first. Then, without a leader, everything would be much easier to deal with. Either quickly evacuate or quickly surrender. After saying that, Tianyin turned around and left. No one dared to stop him. The rest of the people were all dumbfounded. After a while, they barely recovered from their shock. They saw fear and panic in each other's eyes. Immediately, they chose to leave and return to their own camp. After they returned, they told the truth. After this matter spread out, it immediately set off a huge uproar in the dominion of chaos. One by one, the dishonest forces were now scared out of their wits. Now, there were only two choices in front of them, either leave or surrender. So many leaders were killed. They thought that compared to those leaders, they were not much stronger. Some were even much weaker. Boss, should we surrender? Yes, should we surrender? The leader of that new force is too strong. If we go to other dominion of chaos, it will not be easy to take root there. We have been here for so long. We don't want to leave at all. This damn new force is too strong. So what if they are strong? This is their ability. In the past, other forces were also like this. After a while, they will come and collect protection fee. I wonder how the leader of this new force will deal with this. The law of the jungle has always been the truth. No one can stop it. Even if Tianyin did not come, there were many strong forces that often suppressed other small forces. From time to time, small-scale battles would occur. It's just that Tianyin is a bit more overbearing. He needs to rule the entire dominion of chaos. Soon, many forces made their choice. Most of them chose to surrender. A small number of them chose to leave. Those who left did not want to be restricted. They felt that as long as they joined other forces, they would be restricted. Especially those who surrendered, there would be many restrictions. They really did not want to be a dog. After a while, in the main hall in front of Tianyin, there were many leaders and elders of various forces. They stood there in fear, not knowing how Tianyin would deal with them. Welcome to join. I believe that after a while, you will realize how wise your choice is. Tianyin said indifferently, there are not many rules I want to say. The main one is to absolutely obey our orders. As for the rest, your forces will manage your own forces. Under normal circumstances, we will not interfere. How you managed before is how you managed. However, there are some things that you will need to cooperate with us. They looked up in surprise. They thought that their authority would be taken away, but now it seems that they were worried for nothing. Absolutely cooperate, absolutely cooperate. They nodded quickly. Even if their authority was taken away, they could only obey and not resist. Now that they could still manage, they were even happier. They could understand that there would be missions assigned. Otherwise, why would they be subdued? Chapter 1348. It was not difficult at all to take in these unorganized forces. At the same time, Tianyin did not make things difficult for them. Instead, like the cultivators on his side, he issued all kinds of missions for them to do. Correspondingly, they would be given high rewards, especially when the items that could be exchanged for with contribution points were listed. Their eyes all lit up. For example, they could exchange for a high-grade, heavenly Tao martial art. How could they not be excited? Not only could they exchange for high-grade, heavenly Tao martial arts, but there were also all kinds of weapons that could be exchanged. This made them extremely excited. All of this could be exchanged for with only contribution points. This made them extremely excited. To put it bluntly, even a mediocre person could exchange for it as long as they worked hard. Of course, high-grade heavenly Tao martial arts were extremely difficult and required a lot of contribution points. Naturally, they could not be exchanged easily. However, for them, there was at least a little hope. If there was no hope at all, that would be despairing. For example, by doing missions for thousands of years, it was possible to accumulate enough to exchange for a middle-grade heavenly Tao martial art or a low-grade heavenly Tao martial art. There was at least some hope for these. After all, as long as they had enough time, they could accumulate enough. There was no doubt about this. As long as they had enough time, they could exchange for it. There were many missions, such as collecting spiritual herbs or even cleaning up trash. They could all be exchanged for contribution points. It could be said that there were big and small missions. Now, many of the missions were to expand territory and stabilize the chaos celestial realm. Tianyin did not give them any benefits, but just these missions were enough to make them excited. If it were other forces, would they be willing to take out such good things? Even if it was contribution point type forces, they would definitely not take out such precious things. Seeing them so excited, Tianyin was very satisfied. This was the effect he wanted. In the eyes of other forces, he was willing to take out things that they were not willing to take out at all. After destroying the evil spirit, celestial realm, and heavenly venerate killer god, they had obtained too many things. There were many high-grade, heavenly Tao martial arts. These things could all be taken out as rewards to motivate them. Tianyin, it seems like you recruited them so that they can complete these missions? Sure, Shuiyin asked. Something like that. The main thing is to slowly assimilate them and let them truly become our people. If he were to forcefully take them in and manage them immediately, it would easily cause problems. Everything had to be done slowly. Let them feel that our place is not bad. Not only do we have resources, but our management is also fair. This way, the problem of loyalty will slowly rise. Tianyin adopted a gentle policy. He would not use forceful methods and would immediately intervene in the management. This could easily cause a backlash, which would lead to more trouble. We don't have many people. It will be difficult to control this chaos celestial realm. With them, things will be different. Tianyin smiled. Everything was under his control. However, there are many ferocious individuals among them. Some of them have even fled from other divine regions. We don't know much about their natures. Sure, Shuiyun and the others had always been in charge of managing the cultivators on their side. It was easy for problems to arise when they accepted so many cultivators at once. It was especially so for these cultivators. Some of them had really killed too many people, so they came here to hide. It would be troublesome if their enemies came knocking on their doors or caused internal chaos. That is indeed the case. However, everything has to be investigated thoroughly, right? Tianyin clenched his fist and said with a faint smile, "If the problem is caused by evil forces, I will protect them. Otherwise, I will slowly get rid of them. Aren't there internal missions? They are all missions to investigate their backgrounds. So this is the reason why you arranged these missions previously." Sure, Shuiyin covered her mouth in shock. She was very curious about the internal missions previously. Who knew that they were missions to investigate their backgrounds? These missions were specially for the internal disciples. The corresponding rewards were not small. Moreover, they had to investigate them one by one. First, they had to start from those with high cultivation and investigate their backgrounds. How could he let anyone come in casually? How could an ungrateful wretch stay behind? Everything had to be taken in first. Then they would slowly investigate and dig out all their backgrounds. In the following days, Tianyin did not need to busy himself with anything. He just sat here and watched over the place. Everything had just begun, so he could not choose to leave immediately. Instead, he stayed here to guard in case something happened. At the same time, he began to place the coordinates of teleportation divine stones in various areas of the chaos celestial realm. This way, he could support any area at will. This was the territory that truly belonged to him, and it was under his control. As time passed, the news soon came in. Reporting to heavenly clouds, great emperor, Yuxia, the Lord of Heaven, fled here because he insulted the princess of Yuehua celestial realm. Well, capture him. Don't alert the enemy. Reporting to heavenly clouds, great emperor, Lord of Heaven DeLong, killed many innocent people. He provoked a powerful expert to hunt him down, so he hid here. Capture him. Reporting to, one by one, the news came. Tianyin ordered to capture them one by one. All of them were captured alive, not killed directly. Tianyin, why don't you execute them? Sure, Shuiyin was puzzled. These details have been found out. Why didn't they get rid of them? Instead, they were trapped and prevented from escaping. Shuiyin, don't pretend. In fact, you know very well in your heart, right? Tianyin smiled and grabbed her little hand. You just want to give me face so that I can express my thoughts, right? Sure, Shuiyun's pretty face blushed, and she smiled embarrassedly. You know, she had been managing this place for so many years. How could she not know? In fact, she just wanted to see Tianyin's expression when he began to explain his thoughts. But she didn't expect that she was immediately seen through. These were all her usual tricks, and she had done it before. It was just that Tianyin wasn't around, so she wasn't very clear about it. Since you want to listen to me say a few more words, then say a few more words, Tianyin said with a smile. The purpose is very simple. That is to build a good relationship and send them to other celestial realms one by one as diplomatic gifts. These were all people who had provoked other forces and made a big mistake. If they were sent to other forces, the consequences would be self-evident. Although they were just some small forces, for Tianyin, he could get rid of these people and build a good relationship with them. So why not? Chapter 1349. Tianyin only gave a simple order, and Shuyan helped with everything. Even if they switched to the Chaos Dominion, they would still be able to start steadily. Everything went according to their plan. There were basically no mistakes. These were all their abilities. They had always had this ability. It was just that they had to use it again in a different place. Back when the three realms moved, it was more or less like this. When the surrounding planets discovered the three realms, they initially wanted to snatch their things. Who knew that they would be killed instead? After beating them up, Shuyan and the others recruited them and let them join the three realms. The following situation was similar to now. They slowly built up step by step and finally turned into their own factions, making them loyal. To make them loyal, they had to first give them a sense of belonging. If they didn't even have a sense of belonging, they definitely wouldn't be loyal. After Tianyin revealed the general plan, he basically became a hands-off boss. He just stayed here and waited for the progress. Actually, the progress was very fast. All of them were recruited. First, some were recruited. After word of mouth began to spread, the others who were hesitant immediately ran over. They could manage their own planets, earn contribution points, and exchange for top martial arts. How could they not be tempted? In addition, this new faction was very domineering and powerful. Joining them was not considered a waste. Under such circumstances, the faction rapidly spread out. Soon, the Chaos Dominion became less chaotic. After most of them were recruited, they began to develop various planets. Tianyin's request was that the entire Chaos Dominion be included in the scope of their management. Even if not every planet had to have people stationed, at least within a certain range, they would be able to check. It was impossible for something to go wrong there. They would have to fly for several days to reach there. At the same time, the Divine Spirit race began to send people over to build teleportation formations to connect the entire Chaos Dominion. The team led by Yuming became a patrol team. Not only did they have the duty of patrolling, but they also had the duty of developing new territories. At the same time, the situation here quickly spread to the surrounding Chaos Dominion factions. All of them were somewhat curious about the new faction that emerged, but most of them were still cautious. Suddenly, a new faction appeared. It was said that it was very domineering. How could they not be vigilant? Perhaps one day they would attack from the side. Domain Lord, should we send someone to pay a visit to the new Domain Lord? The Heavenly Mandate Divine Region was actually nearby. It was the first force that had accepted Tianyin. They did not know that the new region lord was Tianyin. All right, send Elder Nian over. The Heavenly Mandate Region Lord frowned and said, I just don't know where he came from. I hope he isn't a prick. It would be troublesome if he were to bite us. Right now, Nian Xiaoyu was already a famous person. Previously, when she brought out Tianyin and sent him to a grade 2 god realm, her status rose rapidly. Furthermore, it was a great deterrent to the other deity realms. No one dared to mess around with them anymore. Yes, Region Lord. After Xiaoyu received the mission, she immediately headed to the Chaos Celestial Realm. Her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and she had already broken through to the Lord of Heaven peak stage. She was just a step away from entering the God Monarch stage. As for the Heavenly Mandate Region Lord, he had already successfully entered the God Monarch stage. Although there were God Monarchs in the Chaos Celestial Realm, they did not dare to act recklessly. Many God realms had strong foundations. If they were to really erupt, there would only be death for them. Especially if their information was exposed and they attracted enemies, they would be doomed. The Heavenly Mandate Region began to send people over. The other God realms also sent people over to gather information. At the same time, they brought many gifts. Everyone knew that the chaos celestial realm was very chaotic. If it was ruled like this, then the region lord must be a ruthless character. They did not dare to let their guard down. Soon, they arrived at the area of the three realms. One by one, they came to visit. Under the guidance of the guards, they all entered the palace. Is this the territory of the new force? It doesn't look like much. Overall, their cultivation is relatively low. Yes, but as I said, it's enough that the region lord is powerful, especially since he has recruited so many cultivators. His overall strength is naturally equivalent to a grade 1 god realm. They observed that the cultivators here were indeed relatively weak. In fact, all the cultivators had been sent out. Naturally, there would not be any cultivators here. As long as Yi Tianyan was here, there would be a lot of cultivators here. Nian, Xiu frowned, but she did not say much. She quietly followed the guard inside. Reporting to Heavenly Clouds, Great Emperor, the honored guest has arrived. The guard went in and reported. Heavenly Clouds, Great Emperor? Nian, Xiu was startled. She suddenly thought of Yi Tianyan. They also called him Tianyan, but she did not connect the two together. In her opinion, Yi Tianyan should still be cultivating in the Heavenly Spring celestial realm. How could he come here? Moreover, his cultivation was not high enough. If one wanted to conquer this place, how could they suppress it without at least a god monarch? I wonder what's the situation in Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor now. Nian, Xiu, shook her head. She wanted to find Yi Tianyan, but she was busy and couldn't leave. Especially to the grade 2 god realm, it was a long way away. If she went there and found out that Yi Tianyan was in seclusion, it would be a joke. When they came in, they looked up at Yi Tianyan, who was sitting in the chair in front of them. They couldn't see through his cultivation at all, so they didn't know how high his cultivation was. Nian Xiu finally looked up, and when she saw Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor clearly, she was surprised and said, Tianyan. Everyone looked over, and they were shocked by Nian Xiu's words. Who didn't know that the Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor was called Tianyan? But suddenly calling him by his full name was a big deal. No matter what, he should at least add the title of Heavenly Cloud's Domain Lord, right? They suddenly showed a gloating expression and wondered what the new Domain Lord would say. Long time no see, Elder Nian. Yi Tianyan smiled slightly. He knew that Nian Xiu would come. It should be said that the elders of the Heavenly Mandate Realm would be sent here, but he did not expect Nian Xiu to come in person. The Chaos Divine Realm was nearby, so it was normal for them to come back. Yi Tianyun's words stunned the others. They didn't expect that they knew each other. He seems a little familiar. Is he the champion of the Battle of Heaven in the Divine Realm? So, it seems a little similar. Is he really the champion of the Battle of Heaven in the Divine Realm? The elders who were sent here had all witnessed the Battle of Heaven in the Divine Realm, so they naturally knew Yi Tianyan. But Yi Tianyan was sitting on the throne, and he couldn't believe it. He was originally a little disciple, but now he became a domain lord? Chapter 1350. When the elders who were sent over saw Yi Tianyan, they were dumbfounded. They wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. How could the champion of the divine domain ascension battle become a territorial lord? Wasn't this difference a little too big? In order to control the chaos celestial territory, one had to be a divine monarch. Could it be that the champion of the divine domain ascension battle had broken through to the divine monarch realm? But how much time had passed? It seemed like only a few years, or maybe even a decade. To them, time passed in the blink of an eye. Not to mention breaking through. They hadn't even comprehended much, and the other party had already broken through to the divine monarch realm. Even if he was a genius, he couldn't be that heaven-defying. It had only been a while, and he had already surpassed them? That's right. I'm the champion of the divine domain ascension battle. If there wasn't a new one, then I would be the current champion, Yi Tianyan admitted with a faint smile. This wasn't something he couldn't admit. After all, he didn't have any enemies in the first-grade god realm. Thus, it wasn't a big problem for him to show his face openly. After he admitted it, the elders were dumbfounded. They were all shocked by this explosive news. They thought that the new territorial lord would be a ruthless character, but it turned out to be an old acquaintance. In terms of status, back then, Eteonian was still a junior. He wasn't on the same level as them. Now he was far ahead, leaving them in the dust. Could it be that the second-grade god realm instructed him to come here? Instantly they had a thought. The second-grade god realm instructed him to come here to establish his force. The real power here was the second-grade god realm's power. This was the most acceptable result. It was the heavenly spring god realm's doing, and not Eteonian's doing. Not only them, but even Nien Tsiu had the same thought. Everything was too sudden, so sudden that they didn't have time to react. They subconsciously thought that Eteonian couldn't have created it on his own. Boom! A terrifying force pressed down from the sky, causing their legs to weaken, and they almost knelt on the ground. Not long after, they instantly felt the pressure disappear. Cold, sweat poured down their backs. Only Nien Xiai did not feel this pressure. However, she could indeed sense a terrifying power from Eteonian's body. At the same time, when she saw the condition of the elder beside him, she knew that things were not as simple as they seemed. A grade 2 god realm didn't instruct me to come here. I came here to establish my own force. You don't have to think too much about it. Eteonian calmly voiced his thoughts. At this moment, the hearts of the many elders had already reached an extreme state of shock. Eteonian used his strength to prove that he was much stronger than them. Just his aura alone was enough to frighten them, letting them know that Eteonian really had the strength, and it wasn't as simple as having a backer. Now that he had revealed his true purpose, they were even more shocked. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. I will maintain a good relationship with all of you. As for the other god realms, I don't have any thoughts at all. I only hope that the other god realms can get along with me. If they casually invade my territory, then don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, Eteonian's aura rose, causing them to feel the pressure multiply. Eteonian definitely had no interest in the other god realms. Right now, he just wanted to develop peacefully, increase his force, and then break through to grade 2 god realm. He had no interest in staying in grade 1 god realm forever. The resources here were scarce, and how could it compare to grade 2 god realms? Nien Xiai's gaze was rather complicated. She did not expect that the little junior from back then had already become a region lord. As for her, she was still in the process of finding a successor. She would only become the region lord after the heavenly mandate region lord went into seclusion. But that would be many years in the future, at least not now. Compared to Eteonian, who could use forceful means to firmly take root here, she was still too far behind. Yes, you're right. We are also here to establish a good relationship. This is a little congratulatory gift from our region lord. We also have congratulatory gifts here. These are all a little bit of our region lord's regards. After the various elders reacted, they quickly came forward to present their congratulatory gifts. They were all spiritual medicine. These were all good, congratulatory gifts. Eteonian gestured to the guards beside him to accept all of them without any reservations. Nien Xiai also presented a congratulatory gift. Other than sending congratulatory gifts, they were here to establish a good relationship and investigate the actual situation. Now that the actual situation had been clearly investigated, their basic goal had been achieved. I have received all of your goodwill. However, similarly, I have also prepared a gift for all of you. Eteonian smiled and clapped his hands, gesturing to the guards beside him to prepare. The various elders were puzzled. They did not know what gift Eteonian would give in return. He was so kind, yet he still wanted to give a gift in return. Very soon, Cultivators were escorted up one after another. Their cultivation had been destroyed, and they were basically no different from useless people. On the surface, they actually looked like useless people. Their faces were full of despair and unwillingness. The eyes that they looked at Tianyin were full of hatred. Tianyin did not care about these gazes. It was normal for them to show such gazes. Isn't this the criminal that our God realm has been searching for? The other one is also a criminal that we have been searching for. After the elders saw this, they were all shocked. Why were all the wanted criminals here? It seemed that they had been punished. Nian, you saw one or two of them. They were also wanted criminals. They had committed a big crime in the heavenly mandate realm. After that, no one knew where they had escaped to. Who knew that they had already been caught by Tianyin? I wonder, for all of you, is this a big gift to establish a good relationship? Tianyin smiled slightly. At this time, they finally understood what a gift in return was. And it was really a big gift. They had offered a lot of treasures to capture them, but they had not been able to catch them. Especially when the cultivation of the other party was not weak, they could only let them escape. For example, a divine emperor criminal, they had to spend a lot of manpower to catch him, and it might even cause a greater loss. Now that they had all been caught and handed over to them, how could it not be a big gift? This big gift was also very big. It was so big that it surprised them. How could it not be a big gift when the problem that had been troubling them for a long time was solved so easily? Yes, it is a big gift. Tianyin Domain Lord is so wise. We are so grateful to Tianyin Domain Lord. When we go back, we will definitely report this to the Domain Lord. It is really our honor to be friends with Tianyin Domain Lord. Chapter 1351. All of them were very satisfied. They all felt that Tianyin was sincere in befriending them, and he was not just messing around, especially this big gift, which was to his liking. They were really satisfied. If they brought it back, the region lord would be very happy. Nian Xiu was also very satisfied, but she still felt very complicated. She did not know how Tianyin managed to cultivate. Could it be that he could improve by leaps and bounds by going to the second-grade God realm? She did not really believe it. It was very likely that it was an opportunity. Only an opportunity could improve by leaps and bounds. No matter what, she knew that the region lord of this God realm was Tianyin. An excellent disciple of theirs had become the region lord. It seemed that they could become powerful allies in the future. They did not stay for long. They were just here to visit. They did not plan to live there and enjoy themselves. All of them took the prisoners back happily. They had to go back and report to the region lord first. Then they could discuss the alliance. After all, they could not make decisions about these things. After they left, Nian Xiu stayed. Only Tianyin and Nian Xiu were left in the hall. Elder Nian, do you have any questions? Tianyin asked. No questions. The Heavenly Mandate Divine Region wants to ally with you and help each other. What do you think? Nian Xiu smiled and made a decision immediately. The other elders had to go back and ask for instructions, but she was equivalent to half a region lord. Unless it was something serious, she could make the decision. This kind of thing was very serious, but there was no harm in allying with Tianyin. Of course, I have no objections. Let's have a happy cooperation. Tianyin stood up and walked down from the hall with a smile. His original intention was to form a cooperative relationship with other god realms. That way, he would not be surrounded by enemies. He did not intend to conquer the world. He only wanted to improve steadily. If he wanted to conquer the world, he had to be strong enough. His overall strength was still too weak. If he was strong alone, it would be difficult to maintain. Let's have a happy cooperation. Nian Xiu smiled and immediately inquired, That's right. How do you plan on naming this deity region? In her opinion, this was already Tianyun's celestial territory. He couldn't possibly call it the Chaos Celestial Territory, right? This was clearly unreasonable. Tianyun pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, Then let's call it the Three Realms Divine Domain. Three Realms Deity Realm? After Nyen Xiaoyu repeated it a few times, she smiled and said, "This sounds a little strange. The Divine Realm can only be considered a world. How can it be considered the Three Realms?" "Well, let's just assume that there are three worlds." Tianyin smiled and did not explain too much. It was impossible for him to call himself the Heavenly Cloud God Domain, which was even stranger. He wasn't arrogant enough to name himself a God Domain. The God Realm of the Three Realms was actually pretty good, so he named it after the previous world. All right, the Divine Realm of the Three Realms it is. I'll go back now and explain the situation to my father. I hope that we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. After Nyen Xiaoyu finished speaking, she was about to leave when she suddenly thought of something. She turned her head and said to him, "I'm very happy that you can cultivate to such a level. However, I hope that you can do everything steadily. Don't be too impulsive and don't be arrogant. I know that you are stronger than me, but this is my reminder." After saying that, she left. Tianyin smiled and shook his head. He muttered to himself, "It seems that she thinks that I'm a nouveau riche who picked up an opportunity. It feels like I can do anything I want." He knew why Nyen Xiaoyu reminded him like that. Some people thought that they were invincible after their cultivation broke through very quickly. They immediately started to grasp power or take revenge. There were many people like that who immediately attacked someone they didn't like. With some opportunities, such as obtaining a top inheritance and a lot of treasures, they would naturally become arrogant and prideful. However, Tianyin wasn't like that. He had never been prideful. He knew that the world was vast and there were countless experts. At his current level, he had just established himself here. How would he dare to be arrogant? With regards to her reminder, Tianyin was very grateful. At least he wouldn't be afraid to say a word just because his cultivation was higher. If someone thinks that I'm a nouveau riche, that would be a joke. He thought that there were definitely people like that. However, he didn't know which god realm would do such a thing. However, he had a good relationship with so many god realms. He believed that not many god realms would dare to interfere. Very quickly, the name of the divine realm of the Three Realms spread out. The surrounding god realms all allied with him. Very few people knew why they suddenly allied together. They didn't know why it went so smoothly. They didn't say anything about Tianyin helping to capture people. Each of them was experienced and knew what to do. If they were exposed, the prisoners of the divine realm of the Three Realms would riot. With the support of other god realms, the situation of the divine realm of the Three Realms became more stable. The cultivators who knew about this felt that it was a wise choice to join the divine realm of the Three Realms. One by one, the god realms came to establish good relations with them. This proved that the divine realm of the Three Realms was very strong. As time passed, the territory of the divine realm of the Three Realms was basically stable. Especially with the reinforcement of the divine spirit race, the divine realm of the Three Realms was finally surrounded and formed a perfect defense. A few years passed quickly, and Tianyin had been here for a few years. During this period of time, he felt that he was the most idle. He stayed here all the time. Usually, he communicated with some diplomatic envoys and made important decisions. As for external enemies, there was no such thing. The resources of the first-grade god realm couldn't attract the attention of the second-grade god realm or the third-grade god realm. Everything went on peacefully and steadily. Successfully completed main quest, transfer the Three Realms to the god realm and become a first-grade god realm. Obtained 1,000 points of compressed crazy point, 1,000 points of compressed SPs, 1,000 points of compressed proficiency. At the same time, obtained a new title, I am the Domain Lord. I am the Domain Lord. Within the divine realm, damage is increased by 50 times. All intruders' power is reduced by half. Changes according to cultivation level. At the same time, can appear anywhere in the divine realm at any time. No teleportation divine stone is required. Tianyin was shocked by this title. He didn't expect this title to be so amazing. Not only the damage is increased, but it also has a special ability to teleport at any time. Chapter 1352. The effect of this title is amazing. Unless a very strong heavenly master comes, who can I be afraid of? When Tianyin saw this title, he felt excited. This will undoubtedly make his divine realm safer. Even if a middle-level heavenly master comes, he will have the power to fight. 50 times the strength bonus, plus the ability to weaken the opponent's power. Under the double superposition, the power is even more amazing. Just as he was feeling excited, a melodious voice once again sounded in his ears. Ding successfully accepted the main quest. Seize the 4th grade God Realm Token Core. Level up to 4th grade God Realm. Reward 10. 000 compressed crazy point 10. 000 compressed sin point 10. 000 compressed proficiency. At the same time, get a special protective shield. No one can invade the 3 realms God Realm for 1,000 years. Rewards for completion time. If you succeed on the first try, you will receive an additional super gift pack. If you succeed on the second try, you will receive the unlocking of Crazy Damage Mode, also included in the super gift pack. If you succeed after that, there will be no reward. Crazy Damage Mode can never be upgraded. What's going on? Tianyin was shocked. He thought that the next step was to upgrade to 2nd grade God Realm, then to 3rd grade God Realm, step by step, and finally seize the 4th grade God Realm Token Core, then successfully enter the 4th grade God Realm. This is a very reasonable task and plan. Who knew that suddenly came out of nowhere to seize the token? Isn't this a trap? The first and second times referred to the most recent battle of God's domain, which was the first battle of God's domain. After this divine realm battle, there is still the next divine realm battle, which is a bit longer. Then it will be counted as the second time. He didn't know what the super gift pack was, but he knew very well that he would be able to unlock the insane damage mode after completing it for the second time. If he can't seize the token the second time, then he will never have the chance to upgrade Crazy Damage Mode again. To him, this was an absolute treasure that allowed him to fight above his level. Without this thing, it would be very difficult for him to fight above his level. Although the effect of 128 times is amazing, who would think that they are too strong? No wonder there is no level limit after upgrading Crazy Damage Mode. It turns out that I have to complete this task to unlock the privilege. Tianyin patted his head. Fortunately, he could choose to do it a second time. If he didn't complete it the first time, he would at least have a second chance. This was a little humane. If it was forced to complete it on the first try, it would be too much of a scam. For the second time, he would have 10,000 years to prepare. By then, his cultivation would have broken through, and the 3 realms God domain would have become even more powerful. There shouldn't be any problems. If you complete it the first time, you'll get a super big gift bag. What's this thing? Tianyin frowned. He couldn't see what was inside, but Crazy Mode was inside. In addition to Crazy Mode, it also included other things, which made him look forward to it. While Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor was thinking, Elder Gu walked in from outside and said respectfully, Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor, the teleportation array has been set up. Now, we will begin to set up the defensive array. As long as the defensive array is set up, even if a Heavenly Master attacks, we can resist for a while. The Divine Spirit Race was indeed the Divine Spirit Race. Their attainments in Divine Seals were really outstanding. The Divine Seal Array they created could even resist a Heavenly Master. It was shocking that a Grade 1 God domain could have such a defensive power. Imagine a group of Divine Monarchs attacking fiercely, only to find out that they couldn't break it at all, and in the end they were shocked to death. Tianyin turned a deaf ear to Elder Gu and asked, Elder Gu, if I snatch the 4th grade God Domain Tokens Core, do you think I can directly send the 3 realms God Domain to the 4th grade God Domain? Elder Ji Yu's face changed, and after looking to the side, he hurriedly said, "Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, you can't talk nonsense like that. If the experts of the third grade God domain know about it, they will directly regard you as an opponent. The key is not to do stupid things. The battle of the God domain is not a joke. There are many heavenly masters and divine monarchs. Don't worry, no one here will know about it. I just want to know about it," Yi Tianyin said. "Huff! Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, don't scare me. I thought you wanted to participate in the battle of the God domain." Elder Ji Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Yi Tianyin would do something stupid. He knew that Yi Tianyin was very strong now, but the battle of the God domain would involve many grade 3 forces, not just one. Some of them were even stronger than the evil spirit God domain, and they would all join the battle. "I really want to participate," Yi Tianyin said bluntly. Cough, cough, cough. Elder Ji Yu immediately coughed and looked at Yi Tianyin in shock. "Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, are you sure you're not joking?" "No, but I just want to know about it in advance so that I can make a judgment." Yi Tianyin didn't hide anything. He wanted to understand the situation first, and if it was suitable, he decided to participate in the battle. He was very interested in the super big gift bag. "Okay, but don't act recklessly. The 3 realms has just started, and it can't withstand such a war." Elder Ji Yu pondered for a moment, then explained, "According to the previous situation, as long as we obtain the token core, we can only transfer it over. It's completely different here. If you want to improve the grade, you can only keep climbing, and the higher you go, the more difficult it is. The division of the God domain is fixed, especially the later grade 3 God domains. So, if you want to become a grade 3 God domain, you must fight and replace the other side. In fact, the evil spirit God domain is an area that can be replaced. But even if we occupy it, other grade 2 God domains or grade 3 God domains will soon come and occupy it. We can't keep it." Yi Tianyin knew about this before. It meant that if he wanted to become a grade 2 God domain, he would need to move. Of course, this wasn't a problem, and the area here would become a division. This kind of situation existed in many God domains. For example, the famous Heavenly Spring God domain. In fact, there were some God domains that were left behind after they were promoted. So, the entire God domain was moved to the grade 4 God domain area. Yi Tianyin was shocked. Chapter 1353. Yi Tianyin didn't know much about this before. Now that he knew, he was truly shocked. He didn't know what kind of power was needed to move an entire God domain. If 1 or even 10 planets were to be moved, he felt that it would be very normal. However, if all the planets in the divine domain were moved away, it would be equivalent to moving all the people and planets over. Just how much power was needed to achieve this? Even an upper heavenly venerate couldn't do this, right? This sounded really too powerful, and it caused his understanding to be fiercely refreshed once again. "This is really amazing," Yi Tianyin sighed. "It is indeed amazing and inconceivable. Our ancestors actually had a rank for God domain, but we lost contact a long time ago. We don't even know what the situation is like now." Elder Ji Yu shook his head and sighed deeply. He felt that it was a pity. If their ancestors had sent some power down or sent some reinforcements, they wouldn't have fallen to this state. Since the divine spirit race was so powerful, they would definitely have killed their way into a rank 4 God domain. But after losing contact for so long, who knew what had happened there? It was difficult to communicate with a rank 3 God domain. Even a rank 4 God domain would need some effort to come down. But it was still better than a rank 3 God domain. They couldn't go up at all and were completely blocked. This was equivalent to 2 different worlds. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been directly moved over. Instead, they would have ascended level by level like now. I wonder what the situation is like at the rank 4 God domain. Yi Tianyin looked forward to that place. The environment there was more amazing, and it would allow them to advance to a higher level. Of course, it was also possible that his master, vast heavenly venerate, was there. That place must be very powerful. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many rank 3 god domains fighting over it. The token core appeared automatically. As for where it will appear, no one knows. It might be at a rank 1 god domain or a rank 2 god domain, or even a rank 3 god domain. No matter where it appears, it will definitely become a battlefield. The hardest thing is not to obtain the token core, but to protect it. Elder Ji Yu said solemnly. Protect the token core? Yi Tianyin asked in confusion. That's right. This is a god's domain war, not an individual battle. That's why I'm advising you. Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, I admit that you are very strong. If he cultivated more, he would have a higher chance of obtaining the token's core. But if you get the token core, you will need to guard it for a month. Think about it. What will happen during this month? Elder Ji Yu looked at Yi Tianyin and asked, Hunt me down or destroy my god territory. Yi Tianyin narrowed his eyes and immediately knew what was going on. That's right. In a month, not only you, but even your god domain will be destroyed. Those who are more ruthless will abandon their god domains and enter grade for god domains by themselves. Those who aren't ruthless will resist for a month. Elder Ji Yu shook his head and said, That's a terrifying battle. Can't they plan it? Anyway, the entire god domain will be moved over. Each god domain will send some people over so that everyone has a share. Yi Tianyin said, If you can think of it, why can't others think of it? This token core has intelligence, and I suspect that the situation of the god domain here is being monitored. It's useless to sneak into other god domains, as it will only move things and people from the original god domain. Elder Ji Yu said earnestly, That's why it's useless. It's the way it is and nothing will change. I think the only way is to stay together from the beginning. But I don't think there is room for 2 tigers in one mountain. These heavenly masters will definitely not be willing. Elder Ji Yu's words made sense, and Yi Tianyin thought about it and agreed with him. Even if it was possible, they were not willing to do it. Every expert had their own pride and their own way of thinking. If they gathered together to rule a god domain, it would be easy for them to disagree. It's impossible to have 2 domain lords, right? No one was willing to add the word deputy in front of the domain lord. So that's how it is. It seems that this token is really difficult to get. Yi Tianyin shook his head and immediately thought of a point. His eyes lit up and he said, If I hide my identity, wouldn't I be able to get it? Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, I can't deny that you are very thoughtful, but God won't give you a loophole. Once you snatch it, then the location of your god domain will be exposed, as well as your own location. This thing is like the sun in the sky, constantly releasing light and covering you and the god domain. There is no way to escape. Elder Ji Yu shook his head. That's a trap? Yi Tianyin was speechless. He thought he could come up with a brilliant plan, but it turned out to be a clumsy one. There was no blind spot, and there was really no loophole to exploit. That's right, otherwise we would all want to try it. Elder Ji Yu smiled bitterly. How could they not be tempted? But being tempted also required capital. If a group of people besieged them, it would be a dead end. Not only would they die, but they would also bring disaster to their own family. Is there really no other way? Yi Tianyin still didn't give up. If this was the case, wouldn't he miss the super big gift bag? Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, it seems that you really don't want to give up. But think about it, who wouldn't be tempted? Especially those with good skills. Elder Ji Yu thought for a while and said, In fact, it's not that there is no way. As long as you give enough compensation to move the grade 3 god domain, then they will join forces with you. A compensation that can move the grade 3 god domain? I think it's really a lot of money. Even if they go up to grade 4 god domain, they will still be crippled, right? Yi Tianyin shook his head. This was indeed a way, but correspondingly the compensation was definitely too much. That's true. Elder Ji smiled and said, "So, Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, you should give up. I think as long as we have enough time, after our God domain develops, we will definitely have a chance. As for now, it's not possible for the time being." Elder Ji believed that Tianyin could definitely lead them to grade 4 God domain, but it was still too urgent now, and their overall strength was not enough unless Tianyin was ruthless enough to abandon them. Chapter 1354. After Elder Ji left, Tianyin sat on the chair and pondered. It had to be said that the current difficulty was too great. This could be considered a team battle, unless he was like Heavenly Venerate, God Killer, an extremely cold-blooded person who disregarded everything. If he disregarded everything and ran like crazy, he could rise to grade 4 God Realm. However, if he rose to grade 4 God Realm like that, he would basically be alone. If his own faction was wiped out, then he would have to rise by himself. He could either start all over again or join another grade 4 God Realm. None of these were a problem. However, Tianyin could not do this. How could he bear to watch Shi Shuiyun and the others die? It had to be said that this was a test of how they would choose. Should they abandon their own faction or advance and retreat together with their faction? Currently, there were only a few paths he could choose from. He could either join forces with the other celestial realms, or he could continuously increase the overall strength of the 3 realm celestial realms, or he could continuously increase his own strength and make himself even more invincible. In the 3 realms God realm, he could be said to be an invincible existence. He could teleport wherever he wanted. This meant that he could provide support everywhere and did not have to worry about any blind spots. The terrifying, uninterrupted teleportation was enough to make him a god of the 3 realms God realm. He could go anywhere he wanted with a single thought. At that time, many God realm factions would definitely attack. At that time, he would need to be strong enough to resist the suppression of so many heavenly venerates. Currently, it was known that there were about 10 God realms participating, all of them grade 3 God realms. Not to mention those grade 2 God realms, they would not participate at all. If they participated, it could only be said that they would participate because of their relationship with grade 3 God realms. Some grade 2 God realms were supported by grade 3 God realms and would definitely be used when needed. All in all, there were at least a dozen grade 3 God realm heavenly venerates. To become a grade 3 God realm lord, one must have the strength of a heavenly venerate. Without a heavenly venerate, there was no way a faction could convince the masses. Apart from Empyrean powerhouses, there were also many divine lords and the like. There was no need to mention these. A super gift bag, a grade 4 God realm. Tianyin yearned for it. However, if he were to join hands with a grade 3 God realm expert, the other party would definitely demand an exorbitant price. Even if he could afford it, he wouldn't want to. As for how much of a lion he would demand, it would definitely be at the level of an Empyrean spirit treasure. If it wasn't even at this level, who would be willing to help? While Tianyin was trying to come up with a solution, a guard hurried in from outside and reporting to the emperor, a grade 2 God realm envoy is here to pay his respects. Grade 2 God realm envoys? Tianyin did not think too much about it. He waved his hand and said, "Let them in." Following which, the grade 2 God realm envoys were brought into the hall. In truth, there were only 2 envoys, and they both represented their respective God realms. When they first came in, they had arrogant expressions and did not put this place in their eyes at all. "Are you the ruler of this place?" One of the emissaries looked up and down at Tianyin. "You don't even have the slightest bit of etiquette. Get out." Tianyin waved his hand and sent the envoy flying with a slap. The envoy was severely injured and couldn't move at all. The other envoy was dumbfounded. Attacking without any warning. Wasn't this too arrogant? This was simply looking down on them. One had to know that they were grade 2 God realms, and they were much stronger than grade 1 God realms. "May I know what business you have with me?" Tianyin's gaze turned cold as he stared at the other envoy. These grade 2 God Realm envoys all had their eyes on top of their heads. Each one was more arrogant than the other. A grade 2 God Realm was strong, but it was nothing in front of him. He had already leveled a grade 3 God Realm to the ground. Why would he be afraid of a grade 2 God Realm? I am an envoy from the Fu Hong Celestial Realm. I'm here to cooperate. The envoy's back was drenched in cold sweat. Even if he was arrogant, he did not want to die. Cooperate? What kind of cooperation? Tianyin sat back down and asked calmly, Our Fu Hong Celestial Realm wants the Three Realms Celestial Realm to become our subsidiary Celestial Realm and listen to our orders. The envoy stated his purpose of coming. In return, we will give you very good conditions. We can even send your outstanding disciples to the grade 2 God Realm to cultivate. Sure enough, they came here to recruit them as a subsidiary force, similar to enlistment. This kind of situation could be found everywhere. This kind of situation often occurred. The Heavenly Mandate Celestial Realm was equivalent to a subsidiary of the Heavenly Spring Celestial Realm. This was not a problem. Normally, they would not send people down to manage it. They would only be used at crucial moments. I'm sorry, but the Three Realm Celestial Realm is only talking about cooperation, not subsidiary. Even grade 3 God Realms would end up like this, let alone grade 2 God Realms like you. Tianyin's calm expression enraged the envoy. Tianyin Domain Lord, I gave you face, but you don't want it. You refuse a toast, only to drink a forfeit. If you don't join us, you will die. The envoy was enraged. They had never been bullied like this before. What was a grade 1 God Realm? How dare they be so arrogant in front of them? Then get out of here. Tianyin stretched out his hand and slapped the envoy, sending him flying out while coughing up blood. He would not be polite to this kind of trash. It seems that there are many grade 2 God Realms who want to recruit me. Let's see if they have the ability to do so. Tianyin shook his head. There are a lot of things to do recently. There are a lot of things to do. It seemed that there would be a lot of such things in the future, but he didn't mind. Since they wanted to cause trouble, he would let them cause trouble. It would make the Three Realms more famous. Maybe this way I can attract the attention of grade 3 God Realms. Tianyin narrowed his eyes. If the grade 3 God Realms notice this, he might be able to talk about cooperation. Although he knew that the other party would ask for an exorbitant price, how would he know if he didn't talk? When he was thinking about this, another guard came in and said hurriedly, reporting to the Heavenly Clouds Emperor, There is a distinguished guest outside asking to see you. Well, invite him in. Tianyin frowned. Why did someone come again? Immediately, an old man walked in slowly. Tianyin looked at the old man and found that this old man was the old man who gave him the information. The old man from the Moon Spirit Pavilion. When he saw the old man, Tianyin's eyes lit up. He suddenly thought of something, and that was the disciple of Vast Empyrean. Vast Empyrean might not be here, but his disciple was. Chapter 1355. I didn't expect to see you here, Senior. Tianyin stood up and walked down slowly with a smile. I don't dare to call myself Senior anymore. You are a territory lord, especially the territory lord of the Chaos Dominion. You are qualified to be my senior. So, please don't call me Senior anymore. If you can, just call me Yinda. I will be grateful. The old man hurried to greet him, not daring to put on airs. Strength is respected. Tianyin is stronger than him. How dare he call himself Senior? Okay, I will call you Yinda. What brings you here this time? Tianyin smiled and said, Or should I say, my senior brother, what can I do for you? As expected of the Heavenly Cloud Territory Lord. You guessed my purpose immediately. Yinda smiled. Don't flatter me. I am afraid you will hurt my leg, Tianyin said, squinting. Ahem, that is the truth. Our pavilion master has invited you to meet him. I am afraid you have the strength of a half-step, Heavenly Master. Without the strength of a half-step heavenly master, it is impossible to suppress the chaos dominion. Even with the help of the divine spirit clan, you need to be strong. With the strength of a half-step heavenly master, you are only one step away from becoming a heavenly master. With your talent, it should not be a problem for you to become a heavenly master. In a sense, you have become a disciple of vast heavenly master, so you are qualified to meet our pavilion master. It was not surprising that Yunda knew about the divine spirit clan. Now that the divine spirit clan was helping people everywhere, they did not know about the God Seal. Even if they hid their identity, some sharp-eyed people would be able to see through it. Some God Seals could only be carved by the divine spirit clan, so they would naturally be able to recognize them. However, Tianyan believed that only the Moon's Spirit Pavilion could easily find out. As for the other third-grade God Realms, they would not be interested at all. It was not that they were not interested in the Divine Spirit Clan, but they were not interested in the Three Realms God Realm. Who knew that the Divine Spirit Clan was here? Even if they knew, Tianyan believed that he could protect himself and the Divine Spirit Clan. Moreover, when people came, they could just say that there were only a few divine spirits, who said that there was a large group of them. The divine spirit race was well protected here, and they normally wouldn't appear in front of people. Even if Tianyan thought he had some ability, he didn't dare to be too careless. That's true. Please lead the way. Tianyan made an inviting gesture. Since there was nothing to do here, it would be best for him to immediately go and see his senior brother. Since the Heavenly Cloud Territorial Lord is free, that would be great. Please come with me. Yunda brought Tianyan out. With a wave of his hand, a spirit ship appeared in the void. He gestured for Tianyan to board his own spirit ship. Tianyan didn't think too much about it. He stepped into the spirit ship. Yunda immediately started the spirit ship and flew towards his destination. Yunda's cultivation wasn't low. He was at the Divine Lord level, so he was able to control the speed of the spirit ship quite quickly. Tianyan closed his eyes and sat in meditation, waiting for Yunda to lead the way. Under Yunda's control, they passed through one god domain after another. They didn't go to a second-grade god domain, but to Fanyu. If the Moon's Soul Pavilion was in a third-grade god domain, he wouldn't be surprised. After all, his senior brother was an Empyrean. But now they were going to Fanyu, which made him feel puzzled. However, he didn't ask and kept silent. Yunda seemed to know that Tianyan was confused, so he explained, the pavilion master likes to stay in a quiet place. Even Fanyu can create an area comparable to a god domain, or even better. Tianyan nodded. It wasn't difficult to create such a place. The difference between god domains was the difference in the core and the concentration of star power. These two factors affected all kinds of resources, such as the grade of spirit herbs and so on. It was absolutely impossible to see high-grade spirit medicines in low-rank god realms. If it was purely for cultivation, as long as one had a good core, it wouldn't be a problem to create a good environment in Fanyu. As Yunda continued to make turns, they arrived at a special area. Yunda gestured for him to go down, and then he followed. There was nothing in front of them, but when Yunda approached, he stretched out his hand and patted the void. A vortex appeared in the void. Void passage. Tianyan narrowed his eyes. This wasn't anything special. It was something similar to a teleportation array, just more advanced. It was hard to find, unlike a teleportation array, which needed to be engraved on a stone or the ground. This passage could only be created by opening up the void, so it wasn't easy. But correspondingly, this thing was more hidden and safe. In front is the area where the pavilion master lives. You can go there alone. I won't be going with you. Yunda gestured for Tianyan to go in. He wouldn't follow him in. He was just a guide. Now that he had brought Tianyan here, his task was complete, so he didn't need to go in. Tianyan nodded and stepped into the void passage. It was as if he was walking on hard ground. He walked forward step by step. After passing through a long corridor, he walked out of the passage. What came into view was a very normal landscape. It was a beautiful environment. There was an island in front of him, and there was a small house on the island. As soon as he came in, he saw a young man sitting on the side with a fishing rod extended, fishing leisurely. Sword, Lord, Heavenly Venerate. Middle level Heavenly Venerate, cultivation base. Has superb sword control ability. Can kill enemies thousands of miles away when using swordsmanship. He couldn't be bothered to read the rest. This wasn't his enemy. Even if he knew everything, it wouldn't be of any use to him. However, this senior brother of his was really strong. Middle level Heavenly Venerate cultivation base was considered outstanding even in grade 3 God realms. Yet he was fishing leisurely here, as if he had nothing to do with the world. This was just an act of standing aloof from worldly affairs. If they really did not care about anything, they would not have established the Moon Spirit Pavilion. The Moon Spirit Pavilion, which specialized in collecting information, was the real killing machine. Information was always the most important. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will emerge victorious. You're here, junior brother. Sword Lord Heavenly Venerate smiled and waved his hand. Do you want to fish here? Yes, senior brother. Tianyin flew to his side, took the fishing rod and fished beside him. Everything was so peaceful. He didn't sit for long before he entered a state of emptiness. All distracting thoughts were thrown away, and he entered a special cultivation state. Chapter 1356. The environment here was quite tranquil. Cultivating here could immediately remove the distracting thoughts in one's heart, allowing the cultivation speed to be doubled with half the effort. It was relatively difficult to enter the emptiness realm, but it was easy to enter here. No wonder Heavenly Venerable, Sword Ruler, would choose this place to cultivate. The effects were indeed amazing. Not only that, but the mountains and rivers here were specially arranged. Everything was so harmonious. And this was not a simple mountain and river, but the energy of the core. What was buried underground happened to be the incomparably powerful third-grade water core. Heavenly Venerable Sword Ruler cultivated the water attributability, so there was a water core here, and it was a third-grade water core. There was more than one water core, but several were arranged nearby, forming this area. This kind of extravagance was truly extravagant. With so many water cores, it could make the cultivation environment here surpass third-grade God realm. Therefore, even if it was not a third-grade God realm, the cultivation environment was still very good, so there was no need to worry. Heavenly Venerable Sword Ruler did not speak, neither did Tianyin. They just fished here. In fact, there was not a single fish in the lake. It was empty below, so how could there be any fish? If a cultivator passed by here, they would think they were crazy. After an unknown amount of time, Heavenly Venerable Sword Ruler smiled at Tianyin and said, "It seems that you are quite patient. You are not in a hurry to ask why I called you here. It's not that I am patient, but senior brother asked me to fish, so as a junior brother, fishing is naturally the priority." Tianyin smiled slightly. "Haha, that's right." Heavenly Venerable Sword Ruler smiled faintly and said, "This time I called you over in addition to meeting us. I also want to bring you to meet the other 2 senior brothers. In this area, only the 3 of us are left here. Including you, there are 4 of us. There are 2 more senior brothers." Tianyin's eyes lit up. In that case, there were 2 more powerful Heavenly Venerables. This allowed him to see hope. If all 3 of his senior brothers were to help him, wouldn't he be able to win this battle? Yes, but the other 2 senior brothers won't easily recognize your strength. In my opinion, you are qualified to become a Heavenly Venerable since you can suppress the chaos celestial realm. To be able to establish a deity realm, this level is not bad. Heavenly Venerable Sword C smiled. Tianyin narrowed his eyes. It seemed that they had not found out that he had destroyed the evil spirit celestial realm. He had been rather secretive about destroying the evil spirit celestial territory. Even the Moon Soul Pavilion couldn't find out. If he knew, He would definitely be scared silly. After all, the evil spirit celestial realm had 2 heavenly venerables. If they were destroyed just like that, it meant that Tianyin already had the strength of a heavenly venerable. If that's the case, if I hadn't broken through to the heavenly master stage, or if I hadn't established my own sect, I'm afraid that Senior Brother Jian wouldn't have met me in advance. Tianyin asked. Yes, I won't meet you until I see that you have hope of breaking through to the Empyrean stage. There are quite a few in-name disciples. If all of them acknowledge each other, that would be too unnecessary, said Empyrean Sword C indifferently. It was not that he was too heartless, but there were many in-name disciples, and he would not recognize those who did not show enough potential. For example, in the Empyrean path last time, there were more than 7 or 8 in-name disciples. So that's how it is. But I think Senior Brother Jian doesn't just want to meet me, right? Tianyin said. Yes, the 3 of us stayed in the outer divine realm for so long. Actually, our goal is very simple. That is to eliminate heavenly venerable killing God. Empyrean Sword C's eyes were cold, filled with killing intent. However, there was news recently that heavenly venerable killing God is already dead. I don't know who killed him, but it actually helped us a lot. After saying that, he laughed, but he was more confused. He really couldn't find out who killed him. Eliminate heavenly venerable killing God. Tianyin was startled, his expression a little strange. Didn't that mean that he killed him? Yes, it is to eliminate heavenly venerable killing God. Heavenly venerable killing God is Master's enemy. Now that he is seriously injured, we must immediately find him and eliminate him. Empyrean Sword C smiled and said, Of course, there is no need now. He is already dead. It seems that heavenly venerable killing God has quite a few enemies. This is called retribution for evil. This way, our mission is basically completed, and we can return to the inner divine realm. However, before we go back, we plan to introduce you to the other 2 senior brothers. After you break through to the heavenly venerable realm, Master will personally guide you to the inner divine realm. Outer divine realm, inner divine realm? When Tianyin heard these new terms, he was a little confused. I almost forgot to explain. Outer divine realm refers to the 3rd grade divine realm, including Fan Yu. They are all outer divine realms. Inner divine realms are 4th grade divine realms and above. That's the general classification. Empyrean Sword C explained. The key is that it can be guided over. Didn't they say that one can only go to the 4th grade divine realm after obtaining the token core? Tianyin was shocked. This is indeed correct. However, with Master's ability, it should not be a problem to guide a few up. Nothing is absolute. Everything depends on strength. Empyrean Sword C thought for a while and said, But it depends on the situation. Now that Master is injured, it is not easy to guide him. However, when you break through to the heavenly venerable realm, it will take a long time. By then, Master should have recovered. Master's injuries are very serious? How long will it take? Tianyin asked. This is hard to say. It might take tens of thousands of years. The injuries this time are too serious. Empyrean Sword C shook his head and sighed. Tens of thousands of years. Tianyin was instantly speechless. Wasn't this time a little too long? However, if the injuries were really serious, this was a very normal period of time. After tens of thousands of years, who knew how many divine realm wars there would be? The key was that he had to complete the mission. If he did not complete the mission, he would not be able to obtain the big gift bag. Even if he guided him, it would be useless. Senior Brother Sword, I wonder if you can let the 3 senior brothers help me in the Divine Realm War? I want to obtain the token core in the Divine Realm War. Tianyin said solemnly. Empyrean Sword C looked him up and down, shock appearing in his eyes. Junior brother, I know that you have just created a divine realm, but this is different from the Divine Realm War. The difficulty is a little too high. Senior Brother Sword, I will say it now. I wonder if I can get the support of the 3 senior brothers. Tianyin said with a firm tone. I can do it, but the other 2 senior brothers are difficult to deal with. You are not from the same sect for the time being. It is difficult to even meet them, let alone help. Unless you can prove your strength and get their recognition, then it is possible. Emperor Sword C thought about it and said, Get their recognition? Tianyun's eyes flashed. He immediately took out the 10,000 Venerables God Pagoda and handed it forward. This is Emperor Killing God's 10,000 Venerables God Pagoda. Actually, Emperor Killing God was killed by me. I wonder if this is qualified. Chapter 1357. Sword Lord Heavenly Venerable was dumbfounded when he saw the 10,000 divine pagoda in Tianyun's hands. Previously, he was still wondering who killed Heavenly Venerable God-Killer. Now that he saw the 10,000 divine pagoda in Tianyun's hands, there was no doubt that it was him. The 10,000 divine pagoda was Heavenly Venerable God-Killer's treasure, and it was the most famous one. It was absolutely impossible to give it away. There was only one possibility for it to appear in someone else's hands. It was dead. Of course, most powerhouses knew about Heavenly Venerable God-Killer's death, but they didn't know who killed him. As for those god generals who were tragically captured, some were killed, some were imprisoned underground and had been tortured. But after it was cleared up, they were all released. But after being released, they were already half crippled. It was awkward to capture their god realms. Who would have thought that Heavenly Venerable God-Killer would really be killed? But things had already happened, and they couldn't change it. Therefore, they could only apologize at most. The elders of Heavenly Venerable God-Killer frantically searched for the person who killed Heavenly Venerable God-Killer. Heavenly Venerable God-Killer could only hold it in. Could they still seek revenge? During that time, Heavenly Venerable God-Killer had been besieged. By the time they found out, a small part of Heavenly Venerable God-Killer had been destroyed, and they had suffered heavy losses. Heavenly Venerable God-Killer's death was already tragic enough. Now, Heavenly Venerable God-Killer's God-Killer had suffered a lot of damage, and he was even framed. This made the powerhouses of Heavenly Venerable God-Killer as sullen as they could be. Sullen was fine, but Heavenly Venerable God-Killer's death caused Heavenly Venerable God-Killer's status to fall to the bottom. The god realms that were originally polite to them now became very powerful and didn't care about them at all. As for asking for help to investigate Heavenly Venerable God-Killer's killer, they all agreed very perfunctorily. In reality, they wouldn't really send people to investigate. How could a killer that could kill Heavenly Venerable God-Killer be weak? If that was the case, how would they dare to get involved in this mess? They hid as far away as they could, not daring to get close at all. Some god realms even planned to befriend the killer. After all, this was an existence stronger than Heavenly Venerable God-Killer. Befriending him would definitely be beneficial to them. Even Sword Lord Heavenly Venerable and the others were very willing to befriend him. He was originally an enemy of Empyrean God Slayer, but now that he had helped kill him, how could he not want to befriend him? However, no one knew who it was. Heavenly Paragon Swordsea and the others all felt that it was a pity. They hoped that they would be able to meet this expert one day. Now, this mysterious expert had appeared in front of him. It was his little junior brother. Heavenly Lord Sword C looked at the myriad venerable god pagoda in Tianyun's hand and was speechless for a moment. This was simply too strange and sinister. The person he had been searching for was his own junior brother. You really killed him? Heavenly Venerable Sword C still did not dare to believe it after a while. I really did it. The 10,000 deities pagoda is here. Could it be a gift from the God Slayer Celestial? Or did someone give it to me? Tianyun laughed. That's true. But that heavenly sovereign death god was so powerful. How did you kill him? Empyrean Sword C thought for a while, and it was indeed so. But how exactly did he kill it? He could not figure it out. There was a huge difference in cultivation between the two, so it should be very difficult to deal with. Actually, it's very simple. I just used Master's attack mark to continuously weaken his strength, and then gave him a ruthless blow to kill him. Tianyin explained simply, the attack mark is right, but the power shouldn't be that strong. Even if you want to deal with him, you need to be at the level of a mid-stage, lower Heavenly Venerable. Could it be that you... Heavenly Venerable Sword C looked Tianyin up and down and sensed that his cultivation was only at the God-Lord level. Tianyin's cultivation was indeed at the God-Lord level 5. He was indeed at the God-Lord level, so naturally it could not be that high. It was already very strong for a God-Lord to have the power of a half-step Heavenly Venerable. If he reached the level of a mid-stage lower Heavenly Venerable, that would be heaven-defying. Actually, I do have a slight advantage. I don't need a particularly strong cultivation. An early-stage lower Heavenly Venerable cultivation is more or less enough to deal with God-Slayer Celestial. It's probably because my comprehension of martial arts is deeper, so I can injure him more. Tianyin explained, a large part of the reason I could kill God-Slayer Celestial was because I had some luck. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to kill him. Or rather, I might have been the one who died. Tianyin's words were not a lie. Even if he used his full strength, he might not be able to surpass God-Slayer Celestial. He still needed luck. He even made use of the fact that he was weak to make the other party careless. If he used his full strength from the start, he would definitely be dead. That is possible, but your comprehension of martial arts is so deep. Heavenly Venerable Sword C thought about it, then stood up and said, Little junior brother, I still don't believe it. In order to satisfy your previous request, as long as you can display strength that convinces me, I will unconditionally support your participation in the divine realm battle. Good. Tianyin's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up and said, Then, senior brother, I apologize for offending you. After saying that, he took out the Starlight Divine Spear and aimed it at Heavenly Venerable Sword C. He didn't need to display his full strength. He only needed to show that he had comprehended it to a very deep level. If he really used his full strength, it would be too exaggerated. After all, he could only use his strongest power in a life and death crisis. In Heavenly Venerable Sword C's opinion, even if Tianyin used his full strength now, he definitely wouldn't be as strong as he was at that time. In a desperate situation, one's strength would be even stronger. Of course, this was just his wishful thinking. Immediately after, Tianyin's spear pierced through. Heavenly Venerable Sword C flicked his hand lightly and bounced him back. Tianyin spun a few rounds in the air before steadily landing on the ground, completely fine. Heavenly Venerable Sword C was naturally fine. It was just a simple spar. Not bad, not bad. You actually cultivated the boundless divine art to the 5th level. It's too terrifying. The boundless divine art has a total of 7 levels. Since you cultivated it to the 5th level, it seems that breaking through to the Empyrean realm won't be a problem at all. Heavenly Venerable Sword C was pleasantly surprised. As expected of my little junior brother, no wonder you could defeat Empyrean Death God. Just this 5th level of strength is enough to display the effect of Master's attack mark to the extreme. In this way, Empyrean Death God was indeed suppressed to the point of being sullen. I believe in this. Little junior brother, you have the strength to kill Empyrean Death God. Heavenly Venerable Sword C said with satisfaction. If this news reaches Master, you don't even need to break through to the Empyrean realm to be qualified to become his disciple. Even if your injuries haven't recovered, I'm afraid he will guide you over. You won't even need to participate in the divine realm battle. Chapter 1358. Tianyin had to get the super gift bag. At the very least, he had to get the right to unlock crazy mode. These were all important things to improve his strength. How could he miss it? It was not that he was greedy, but he had to do it. If he did not improve his strength, it would be hard to protect the three realms God realm. No treasure could compare to crazy mode. Just think about it, a 128 times stacking was already terrifying enough. When the time came, it would be 256 times. How could he not level up? He would risk his life to upgrade. After tasting the sweetness, he would not give up. Unless there was no hope at all, that would be a different story. Now that he had hope, he had to give it a try. You have to participate in the God realm battle no matter what. Even if Master is willing to guide you up, you don't need this? Sword Lord Empyrean found it strange when he saw Tianyun's determination. Senior Brother Sword, I have to participate in the God realm battle. I want to bring all my loved ones up. I don't want to abandon them. Actually, the most important thing is to show my strength. If I can win the God realm battle, I think Master will value me more. Tianyun smiled. That's right. Being able to move your own God realm to a grade 4 God realm is quite an amazing thing. Sword Lord Empyrean thought for a while and said, Since Junior Brother has made up your mind, then I won't say anything more. I will fully support you in the God realm battle. When the time comes, I will personally participate and bring my disciples to protect your God realm. But I have to make one thing clear. Although I will help, I will not help you snatch the token core. Even if you killed Heavenly Venerable God Slayer and made a great contribution. If you want your God realm to go up and show your strength, you have to snatch it yourself. This is necessary. Senior Brother Sword just needs to help protect my God realm and not be disturbed by other forces. Tianyun is very satisfied with this point. If he can fight alone, then he will definitely be willing to fight alone. But now that he could not fight alone, he had to rely on external forces. And it's fine as long as you know. But don't worry. Even if you fail, your senior brothers will protect your life. Failure isn't scary. The scariest thing is death. Sword C. Heavenly Venerable said with a smile, No matter what, this is a great merit of yours. If Master knew about this, he would be overjoyed. Who knows, he might even personally come down to protect you. That's an exaggeration. Speaking of which, can anyone come down from here? Tianyun asked. There's no need for that. I just need to spend some effort. Some things are worth spending more effort on. Heavenly Lord, Sword C. smiled. No wonder those grade 3 God realms are so arrogant when they get close to a grade 4 God realm. Tianyun nodded his head in agreement. Who could stop a grade 4 God realm from sending an upper-level Heavenly Venerable? Upper Heavenly Venerables were extremely rare in grade 3 God domains. Most of them were lower Heavenly Venerables, and at most, they were middle Heavenly Venerables. Empyrean Death God was an exception. He had come down from the inner divine realm. That's true. Hence, the reason why the War of the Divine Realms is so dangerous is because the divine realms have sent reinforcements. Empyrean Death God was one of those reinforcements, but he's dead now. Sword C. Heavenly Venerable said with a smile. The next step is to convince the 2 senior brothers. As long as they are convinced, I can't guarantee that you will be able to stabilize the War of the Divine Realms. At the very least, you will have a 50% chance of winning this round. Only a 50% chance. Tianyun's eyes narrowed. Yes, your current God realm's overall strength is relatively weak. Even with our support, we can't take care of everything. The main thing is that you need to personally obtain the token core. Hence, you will have to rely on your own strength and your own strength. Once you obtain it, with the 3 of us guarding it, it won't be a problem to stabilize the situation for a month. Especially since you killed Empyrean Death God. After Master hears about it, he might even send an extremely strong force down. Sword C. Heavenly Venerable smiled. At that time, are you still worried that you won't be able to hold on? That's right. Tianyun's eyes lit up with joy. It seemed that killing Empyrean Death God was really a big gain. There's no time to lose. Let's go find Senior Brother Longming now. Sword C. Heavenly Venerable waved his hand, and a transmission array appeared. He brought Tianyan inside. In the next moment, they disappeared into the transmission array. In the blink of an eye, Tianyan felt as if he had appeared in another world. This world was filled with all kinds of monster beasts, wandering around everywhere. When they saw them appear, the monster beasts stopped and knelt down, respectfully saying, "Greetings, Ancestor Sword!" "And is your ancestor here?" Sword C. Heavenly Venerable nodded. "Yes, he's cultivating on that sky pagoda." A giant bear pointed at the tall pagoda. "Good, let me introduce you. This is your little ancestor. He'll be joining us soon." Sword C. Heavenly Venerable explained with a smile. "Greetings, little ancestor." They knelt down and kowtowed to Tianyan. They were very respectful, and they didn't doubt Tianyan at all. Tianyan sized up these monster beasts. There were all kinds of races, but what they had in common was that they were all monster beasts. For example, giant eagles, giant bears, giant deer, and the like were all here. There were high and low cultivations, with the highest reaching the divine Lord level, and the lowest even star venerate. In this area, they were running all over the place, looking quite lively. This area was the same as Sword C. Heavenly Venerables, a world created by himself. Here, Heavenly Venerable Longming was the king. "All right, you guys go and play by yourselves. I'll go and meet your ancestor." Then he continued walking forward with Tianyan and explained, "This is the world created by Senior Brother Longming. It's pretty good, right?" "Senior Brother Longming seems to be a monster beast?" Tianyan asked. "I knew you would ask that. In fact, it's the opposite. Senior Brother Longming is from an inconspicuous race, the Divine Wood race," Sword C. Heavenly Venerable explained. "Divine Wood race?" Tianyan was stunned. Although the Divine Wood race had the word divine, their status was actually very low. In terms of the might of their bloodline, they were only slightly better than humans. The greatest advantage of the Divine Wood race was that they were tough enough and had a more tenacious life force. Everything else was basically terrible. Unexpectedly, such a Divine Wood race could become a Heavenly Venerable. In terms of cultivation, he should be stronger than Sword C. Heavenly Venerable. That's right, it's the Divine Wood race. You didn't expect it, right? Not only the Divine Wood race, but he is also a beast tamer and can control many monster beasts. In addition, he likes the monster race, so he will place many of his favorite monster beasts in his world. Sword C. Heavenly Venerable instructed. So, remember not to be rude when you meet him later. Chapter 1359. I will. Tianyan nodded, feeling a little admiration for this senior brother. It was quite incredible to climb from a Divine Wood race to such a position. Just like him, the human race was neglected everywhere, and other cultivators didn't think highly of him. His situation was quite tragic, but he still persisted. It was not simple. He also had the support of the crazy system, allowing him to counterattack fiercely. What power did this senior brother Longming rely on? But he will definitely get along well with you. The status of the human race is much worse than that of the Divine Wood race. This way, you will appreciate each other and get along better, Heavenly Venerable Jian Si reminded. "I don't think this is of much use. Everything depends on strength," Tianyan said with a smile. This, Heavenly Venerable Jian Si scratched his head, looked at him, and said, "This is really crude words, but it really depends on strength." Immediately after, Heavenly Venerable Jian Si brought him directly to the top of the divine tower in front of him. The other monster beasts couldn't barge in, but Heavenly Venerable Jian Si and the others were different. When they arrived at the top, Heavenly Venerable Jian Si waved his hand, and the wall in front of them quickly opened to the side, revealing a hole. He flew in with Tianyan, and just as they landed, the door quickly closed. "Junior Brother Jian, is this the little junior brother you mentioned before?" This senior brother Longming in front of him was from the Divine Wood race. It was very obvious that he had a thick layer of tree bark on his body, and the branches even extended out from the side. The key was that he had the appearance of a dragon. The divine wood race naturally didn't look like this, but he had absorbed the bloodline of a giant dragon. After the blood entered his body, it transformed his body, which was why he had such an effect. Sure enough, I need a little fortuitous encounter, or it will be really hard to make a comeback. Etianyan looked at this senior brother Longming. He had a dragon head and a tree body, which looked a little strange, but he was quite domineering. Vaguely, he could feel the domineering dragon might spreading out in all directions. His cultivation had reached the level of late-stage, middle-level, Heavenly Venerable, which was indeed a level stronger than Heavenly Venerable Jianxi. Even if he absorbed the power of the giant dragon's bloodline, if he didn't cultivate properly in the later stages, it would be impossible to reach this level. Yes, this is the little junior apprentice brother I mentioned before. His talent isn't bad, and he was able to establish his own divine realm influence. This level of ability is at least a half-step Empyrean. Heavenly Venerable Sword C didn't tell the truth immediately. Instead, he smiled and said, I brought him here to meet senior brother Longming and get to know each other. Celestial Venerable Dragon Cry sized up Etianyan and nodded. A divine lord with the bloodline of the human race can rule the chaos celestial territory. He is indeed not simple. However, breaking through to the Empyrean realm is not easy. You have to work harder. In theory, you can't be said to be from the same sect as us. However, since junior brother Jian has said so, then let's meet in advance. This is my gift to you. Take it. With that said, Celestial Lord Longming plucked a branch from the ground and tossed it to Etianyan. It slowly floated into his hand. Etianyan took the branch and immediately felt a surging vitality coming from it. There was also the surging power of an Empyrean. With this thing, not only could he continue to comprehend the power of an Empyrean, but he could also heal his injuries. It was comparable to a very good healing elixir. Thank you, senior brother Longming. Etianyan felt that Celestial Venerable Dragoncry's attitude was very good. He wasn't very forceful. Perhaps, after seeing that he was from the human race, he would take care of him a little more. Senior brother Longming, little junior brother has a matter that he needs your help with. Heavenly Venerable Sword C smiled. Etianyan, who was beside him, felt that Heavenly Venerable Sword C was going to reveal his fox's tail. He was just fooling around. What is it? Heavenly Venerable Dragon Cry looked over and said, What matter is it that you can't help solve? You still want me to help solve it? Actually, it's very simple. Little junior brother wants to participate in the Divine Realm battle and let the three of us help protect the Divine Realm. Heavenly Venerable Sword, C explained. Impossible. Heavenly Venerable Dragon Cry was immediately a little displeased. He looked at Etianyan and said in a deep voice, Biting off more than you can chew won't do any good. Moreover, this is impossible. We aren't even true disciples of the same sect, so I won't help. Heavenly Venerable Dragoncry's words were very firm and even a little unhappy. Clearly, this was crossing the line for him. I wonder what I can do to get senior brother Longming's help. Heavenly Venerable Sword C asked with a smile. It seems like he has already successfully bribed you? Heavenly Venerable Dragon Cry shook his head and said, I don't know what treasure he gave you, but I definitely won't help unless he becomes a true disciple of the same sect. You can help if you become a true disciple of the same sect? Heavenly Venerable Sword C repeated to confirm. Yes, no matter what, you have to become a disciple of the same sect. There's no need to talk about anything else. Heavenly Venerable Dragon Cry said without thinking. In his opinion, it would still take some time to break through to the Empyrean realm, so he naturally couldn't dig a hole for himself. All right. Heavenly Venerable Sword C patted Etianyan's shoulder and said, Little junior brother, take that thing out and scare him to death. Okay. Tianyin knew it would be like this, so he immediately took out the 10,000 divine pagoda and placed it in front of him. 10,000 divine pagoda. Heavenly Venerable Dragon, Cry stood up in shock, wondering if he had seen wrongly. After sizing it up, he realized that it was really the 10,000 divine pagoda. How did you get it? He was very calm before, as if nothing could cause any waves. Now he was so scared that he jumped up. Senior Brother Longming, this is little junior brother's spoils of war. He killed Heavenly Venerable Killer God and took down this 10,000 divine pagoda. The murder that we are looking for outside is actually him. Heavenly Venerable Sword C smiled and said, "If this matter is past a master, I think Master will be happy to accept him as a disciple immediately. That way, we will be in the same sect." Oh, right, let me add one more thing. I've already checked his strength, it's very strong. The main thing is that the Boundless Divine art was cultivated to the 5th level, completely activating the attack imprint in Heavenly Venerable Killer God's body, thus being able to take him down in one fell swoop. As for the degree of danger, I'm not too sure, but it's definitely very dangerous. Anyway, Senior Brother Longming, what you said just now still counts, right? Heavenly Venerable Sword C chuckled. He actually schemed against his senior brother. First, he set up a trap, then ruthlessly played a trick and he fell for it. Tianyin did not know whether to laugh or cry at the side. If he did this, what would Senior Brother Longming think? Junior Brother Sword, you're really as sinister as before. Heavenly Venerable Dragon Cry sat down, shook his head and said with a smile, "All right, I'll agree. Just tell me about it, I'll agree to it. Originally, our mission was completed by Junior Brother, but now Junior Brother has completed it. Now, if it's us helping him do something, what's so difficult about it?" Heavenly Venerable Sword C patted his head and said helplessly, "That's really the case. What a waste of breath." Chapter 1360. After Heavenly Venerate Longming agreed, Tianyin was still a little excited. How could he not be excited about having another powerful Heavenly Venerate to assist him? "I promise to protect your God domain, so I won't help you snatch the token core." Heavenly Venerable Dragon Cry was the same as Heavenly Venerable Sword C. He wouldn't choose to help snatch it, that's for sure. Everything depends on your own strength. You can't rely too much on external forces. Tianyin nodded, expressing his understanding. Actually, there's no need to worry. Even if the other divine domains have reinforcements, they won't be able to interfere at all when seizing the command token core. Therefore, everything was considered a fair competition, and everything depended on one's own ability. As for external forces, they are only used during defensive battles, said Heavenly Venerate Dragon Cry. Tianyin was very clear about this. He could not interfere with foreign aid, mainly because there were people watching over them. This was a battle of the outer divine regions. Protecting the divine regions could rely on external forces. After all, the two had different meanings. Moreover, whether or not he could safely return to his own god territory after obtaining the token core was another matter. "I promised you, but Senior Brother Li Tian isn't that easy to deal with." Heavenly Venerate Longming smiled and added, "He won't give you any face even if you're from the same sect. As for you killing Empyrean Death God, that is indeed a great merit, but if you want him to assist you, it will be very difficult." "That's right. Senior Apprentice Brother Li Tian is the most difficult to deal with. He's even stronger than us. He's at the upper Empyrean level. He can basically do whatever he wants in the outer divine regions. At the same time, he's also the only one among us who can cultivate Empyrean martial arts." Empyrean Sword Judge said enviously, "Empyrean martial arts?" Tianyin's eyes narrowed. Even Heavenly Venerate God Slayer didn't have the opportunity to cultivate Heavenly Venerate martial arts. Who would have thought that this mysterious senior Brother Li Tian would actually be able to cultivate Heavenly Venerate martial arts? An Empyrean martial art was extremely heaven-defying. Once one successfully cultivated it, they would be able to display the strongest power of an Empyrean. However, this didn't seem to be easy to cultivate. He had seen so many Empyreans, but no one had obtained an Empyrean martial art. Even the two senior brothers before him had yet to reach that level. That's right, the requirements to cultivate it are extremely harsh, but senior apprentice brother Li Tian completed it just like that. We still have to work harder. Otherwise, we won't be able to cultivate at all. Heavenly Paragon Sword C shook his head and said, "By the way, how many direct disciples does Master have?" Yi Tianyin asked. "Including you, there are a total of 5 people. The other one is Senior's sister. She is staying in the God Realm to help Master heal his injuries," said Sword C Heavenly Venerable. "Only 4 people." Yi Tianyin was taken aback. There were quite a lot of disciples in the heaven pilfering divine ground, but he didn't expect that out of so many in-name disciples, less than 4 would be selected. Breaking through to the Empyrean realm is not a simple matter. Not only does it require a lot of time, but it also requires a lot of resources. If little junior brother hadn't killed Heavenly Venerable Killer God, I'm afraid it would have taken a long time. Heavenly Venerable Jian Si said solemnly, "Especially during the tribulation, the power is great, and it is another threshold." Yi Tianyin nodded. This was indeed a difficult task. Otherwise, there wouldn't only be 4 people. Many of them died along the way. Even an Empyrean could die in the struggle for resources. No matter what, senior brother Li Tian is hard to persuade. He is a stubborn person. He will only carry out Master's orders. As for our requests, he won't care. Heavenly Venerable Jian Si smiled bitterly and said, "So even if you make a great contribution, he might not be persuaded." So unreasonable. Yi Tianyin frowned. It seemed that this was a difficult bone to chew. With one more Empyrean, the safety of the 3 realms God realm would increase. Actually, senior brother Li Tian is not bad. He is just a little stubborn. If there is any danger, he will be the first to step forward. Before Heavenly Venerable Killer God died, he has been searching for him ever since he came to the God realm. "It can be said that he is crazy," said Sword C Heavenly Venerable. "But from what senior brother said, there is still a chance to persuade him?" Yi Tianyin asked. "That's hard to say, but there is a chance." "Then it's about time. I will bring you over now. If we are late, senior brother Li Tian will return to the God realm." When Sword C Heavenly Venerable prepared to fly away with Yi Tianyin, he turned to look at Empyrean Longming and said with a smile, "Senior brother Longming, don't forget." "I won't forget. When the time comes, I will personally take action." Empyrean Longming waved his hand and signaled him to scram. "Many thanks, senior brother Longming." Before leaving, Yi Tianyin thanked him once again for his help. Immediately, Sword C Heavenly Venerable left this area with Yi Tianyin and quickly returned to the world he was in. "Senior brother Sword, why are you helping me? Do you have some special purpose?" Yi Tianyin felt a little strange. Even if he made a great contribution, there was no need to be so enthusiastic, right? Hee, there really is a special purpose. The Battle of the God Realm is so exciting, how can I miss it? Sword C Heavenly Venerable rubbed his palms, his eyes revealing a strong fighting spirit. Yi Tianyin was instantly speechless. So he was a battle maniac. Sword C Heavenly Venerable didn't say much. He brought him to another transmission array and soon disappeared. In the next moment, they appeared in another area. This area was not special, it was the Fanyu. It's Fanyu again. Senior brother Li Tian is staying in Fanyu? Others couldn't help but want to stay in Fanyu, but the 2 of them were the opposite, staying in Fanyu. That's right, senior brother Li Tian is a super genius and has nothing to do with Fanyu. He was born in grade 3 God Realm, and can be said to have grown up with a golden spoon in his mouth. Yet, he likes to stay in Fanyu. We don't know why either. Sword C Heavenly Venerable shook his head, feeling very puzzled. He likes to stay in Fanyu. Yi Tianyin thought for a moment and felt that senior brother Li Tian should have a story and happen in Fanyu. But I remember that you were born in Fanyu, right? He shouldn't be so cold, right? Sword C. Heavenly Venerable smiled and said, "Now that I think about it, not only do you have some connection with senior brother Longming, you also have some connection with senior brother Li Tian. This is indeed a little bit related to it." Yi Tianyin said, hoping that his relationship with Yi Shiwen would be useful. Emperorian Sword C brought him to go one round in the surroundings, a little like they were strolling around the vicinity. "Senior brother Sword, can't you find senior brother Li Tian?" Yi Tianyin asked from the side. "Senior brother Li Tian often strolls around without a fixed residence. I really don't know where he is," Sword C. Heavenly Venerable said helplessly. "But he has always been in this area. We will be able to find him soon." Yi Tianyin looked around and did not see anything special. It was not a place he was familiar with. Chapter 1361. Sword Judge brought Yi Tianyin along, and after searching for a while, they finally found senior apprentice brother Li Tian on a nearby asteroid. Yi Tianyin looked into the distance and saw a handsome young man sitting on the small planet. He was looking into the distance and seemed to be thinking about something. Heavenly Celestial Strength, Upper Heavenly Celestial Stage. Possesses immense power and a top-notch strength god bloodline. His terrifying power can smash anything. The strength god bloodline was a very shocking bloodline power. After it was activated, it could explode with strength that was several times stronger than usual, or even tens of times stronger. As the level increased, it would also increase. At the end of the day, Heavenly Venerate's strength was a super strong man. Just his fists alone were enough to shatter the void. Berserk strength was much stronger than others of the same level. Just by relying on strength, one could conquer everything. So it's the mighty god's bloodline. His overall level is indeed astonishing. If it's a battle, he will truly be invincible. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. In terms of strength, the Herculean god bloodline might not be number one, but it would at least be in the top 3. If combined with an Empyrean martial art, it would truly be heaven-defying. It was no wonder that with the help of the 3 of them, they would be able to hold the fort. Just this strength alone was enough for a heavenly paragon. If he thought about it carefully, if he didn't even have this little bit of strength, how could he deal with Empyrean Death God? Empyrean Death God was an upper Empyrean powerhouse. Even if he was injured, he still had the standard of a middle Empyrean. Thus, an extremely powerful force was needed to suppress Empyrean God Slayer. The 3 of them were extremely powerful disciples, so suppressing Empyrean Death God wouldn't be a problem at all. However, this mission was snatched away by Yi Tianyin. "Senior brother Li Tian, I finally found you." Sword C. Heavenly Paragon brought Yi Tianyin and flew over. Heavenly Venerate, Heavenly Force slowly opened his eyes. His gaze lingered on Heavenly Venerate Sword C for a moment before stopping on Yi Tianyin. "I believe this must be the person you mentioned earlier who has a chance to become our junior brother, right?" It seemed like they already knew about Yi Tianyin. For Heavenly Venerable Sword C to be able to bring others over, he definitely had some status. "Greetings, senior brother Li Tian." Yi Tianyin walked over and said respectfully, "Don't call me senior apprentice brother Li Tian. You haven't become my junior apprentice brother yet, so you don't have the right to call me senior apprentice brother." Heavenly Paragon Li Tian's words were extremely ruthless, further proving his inflexibility. As long as it wasn't a foregone conclusion, don't tell him anything else. What senior brother or junior brother? We'll talk about it after everything is confirmed. It was not his style to come to a conclusion without even confirming it. Cough, cough, senior apprentice brother Li Tian. You really are inflexible, but he will definitely become our little junior brother. Let me show you something. Sword Judge Heavenly Lord patted Yi Tianyin's shoulder and signaled him to take out the myriad god pagoda. Heavenly Paragon, Sword C didn't dare to dig a hole in front of Heavenly Paragon Li Tian. Some people couldn't be provoked casually, or it would have the opposite effect. Yi Tianyin quickly took out the 10,000 Gods Pagoda and passed it forward. 10,000 Gods Pagoda! Heavenly Paragon Li Tian, who looked as calm as water, was shocked. He quickly flew over and stared at the 10,000 Gods Pagoda. That's right. This is the 10,000 Gods Pagoda, Heavenly Paragon Godkiller's powerful treasure. Now that Heavenly Paragon Godkiller was killed by little junior brother, it's a great merit. Even if my cultivation hasn't reached the level of a Heavenly Paragon, it shouldn't be a problem for me to become a fellow disciple, right? Sword Judge Heavenly Paragon was very satisfied when he saw Heavenly Paragon Li Tian's shocked expression. This was the effect he wanted. Even the usually calm Heavenly Paragon Li Tian would give him a good scare. Then Heavenly Paragon Li Tian glared at Yi Tianyin and said, "Tell me, how did you do it?" "I cultivated the boundless divine art to the 5th level, then activated Master's attack mark and killed him," Yi Tianyin explained. "I see. The 5th level of the boundless divine art. You are qualified to become my junior brother. From now on, we will be fellow disciples." Heavenly Paragon Li Tian quickly regained his composure and was no longer as shocked as before. Clearly, he had accepted this reality and acknowledged Yi Tianyin's ability. Everything seemed so calm, just like how it was at the beginning. "This is a greeting gift from me. I hope you don't mind." Heavenly Paragon Li Tian took out a bottle and handed it over. "Many thanks, Senior Brother Li Tian." Yi Tianyin didn't even look at it before accepting it. Something given by a Heavenly Paragon would definitely not be bad. After saying that, Heavenly Paragon Li Tian turned to leave. He didn't want to spend too much time with them. "Senior Brother Li Tian." Sword Judge Heavenly Paragon hurriedly shouted. "HM, is there anything else?" Heavenly Paragon Li Tian asked curiously, "If there's nothing else, it's about time we return to the God domain." "Of course there's something else. Little junior brother has a presumptuous request and hopes that Senior Brother Li Tian can agree to it," Sword Judge Heavenly Paragon said. "Yes, I have a presumptuous request, and I hope that Senior Brother Li Tian can agree to it," Yi Tianyin said. "Then let's hear it." Heavenly Paragon Li Tian didn't turn to leave. Instead, he listened earnestly. "I want to participate in the God Domain War, and I hope that Senior Brother Li Tian can be the protector of my faction. I don't need you to help me snatch the token core. I just hope that you can help me protect my faction." Yi Tianyin said sincerely. No, Heavenly Paragon Li Tian didn't even think about it and immediately refused. "Why?" Yi Tianyin asked curiously. "There's no why. I don't want to get involved in such matters." Heavenly Paragon Li Tian shook his head. "Senior Brother Li Tian, don't be so unreasonable. Little junior brother killed Heavenly Paragon Godkiller. If it weren't for him, who knows how long it would have taken us to find him? Who knows, Heavenly Paragon Godkiller's injuries might have healed by then. It would be even more difficult to deal with him then." Heavenly Paragon Sword Ruler tried to persuade Heavenly Paragon Li Tian, regardless of whether or not he wanted to join in on the fun. Just this sentiment alone was enough to make Yi Tianyin feel grateful. "Even so, I don't want to get involved. The God Domain War." Heavenly Paragon Li Tian sighed deeply, a trace of sorrow in his voice. It was clear that some of his memories had been drawn out. "Let's just forget about this matter. Perhaps we can still discuss other matters, but don't look for me for this matter." He waved his hand, indicating that Yi Tianyin didn't need to say anything else. Just like that, the matter was settled. Heavenly Paragon Sword Ruler felt helpless. Since Heavenly Paragon Li Tian had said so, there was no way he could force his way through. With their current situation and status, they would only be amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Of course, Heavenly Paragon Li Tian could be said to be unmoved by persuasion or coercion. He was even more stubborn. Senior Brother Li Tian, you've been staying here all this time, so you must have some memories that you haven't forgotten, right? I wonder what it is. If you tell me, I might be able to help you. I was born in Fanyu, so I might be able to help you. Yi Tianyin said.